Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the live stream of the 2022 Groft Charity Classic. My name's Bill Long. I'll be calling a few matches here today with my partner, Mark Wheeler. To begin with, let's talk a little bit about the Groft Charity Classic. It's the 8th year for the event. The first 7 years, it was known as the Mixed Doubles Charity Classic. Having a mixed doubles event is definitely unique in some ways, something that typically you don't see just mixed doubles tournaments, but it's been a great format, and through the years we've had some great tennis action. The tournament itself benefits the York Opioid Collaborative, and the tournament has been very successful in raising money for the collaborative through the years. Last year, we had basically we're able to provide them with a check for over $70,000, and our fundraising has been very strong this year, and knock on wood, we're hoping that through contributions received this weekend, that we'll be able to push things over the $100,000 level. So personally, I've been involved in the tournament since its inception and really proud of the way the tournament's grown and developed through the years. Mark, we're getting set here for the first match on court 1, and I'm going to turn it over to you. We're going to talk a little bit about the players that you're going to see here in the first match. One team has been with us since the inception of the tournament. That's Punch Maleva and Charlotte Sikora, and they won it the first 3 years, and we're just really happy to have them back and see the support that they've shown for the tournament. I'm going to turn it over to Mark. Mark's going to talk a little bit about the players that you're going to see here in the first matches today. We're in the round of 16 at this point, so today we'll be playing the round of 16 as well as the quarterfinal matches. We'll talk a little bit about weather conditions a little bit later on. But Mark, I'm going to turn it over to you at this point.
Bill, thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. Bill did a great job of getting us all set here as we kick off the 8th annual Groft Charity Classic, and we will work through the sponsorships. For those who haven't been to the Country Club of York, orientation-wise, we have 3 courts. 3 hard true courts moving left to right. We're going to be calling one match each day. We will try to keep everyone posted on scores on the other matches as we can. As Bill said, this first match that we're going to be featuring is a favorites of the club that they've played with us for since the beginning. Again, the 8th year. Punch Maleka and Charlotte Sikora. Punch, as a reminder, is originally from South Africa, a former professional player. He rose to the ranks of number 619 in APT rankings in singles and has beaten quite a number of named players throughout his career. An exceptional player, currently operating the 1-2 Punch Tennis Development Center in King of Prussia, Pennsylvania, in the Philly area. His partner, again, longtime partner, Charlotte Sikora, originally from France, came to the U.S. in 2002 with a full scholarship to Oklahoma City. She was a cowboy at Oklahoma City, transferred eventually to Flagler College in St. Augustine, Florida, where she played #1 singles and doubles, and also resides now in the Philadelphia area. Punch is a 3-time winner of this tournament, and again, this is the 8th annual event. So of the 7 classics that we've had, Punch has been a winner 3 times, although it has been 4 years since he has won, with the introduction of some newer and higher level players. And Charlotte was his partner for 2 of those, so Charlotte is a 2-time winner. Opposing them in this first match are Daniel Chang and Sarah Kwa. Daniel started playing tennis at the age of 5 and eventually matriculated to Rutgers University, played on the club tennis team and brought them to an 8th place finish at Nationals. Post-graduation includes a finals appearance at the U.S. Open playoffs in men's doubles in 2015 and 2 semifinal appearances in mixed doubles at the National Indoor. Daniel and his partner Sarah have been paired. They are a husband-wife team, and they have paired up to win 2 gold balls. For those tennis fans that are out there, you understand the significance of winning a gold ball. They've won the national husband and wife division in hard courts and indoor events. Sarah Qua, in her own right, is quite an accomplished player. Began playing tennis at the age of 8. As a junior, she reached #1 in Middle States and then top 25 nationally. She matriculated and played college tennis at Princeton University, and her class was recognized as the #1 recruiting class in the nation at that time. So a very accomplished player. They live in Hillsborough, New Jersey. So that's our first feature match. Again, we have 3 courts, and for those who are listening in but are not able to see the feed, the players have now gone on court and have started warm-ups. Very excited to get this year's tournament started. For those who are in the South Central PA area, please come out to the Country Club of York, 1400 Country Club Road in York, PA. Love to have you come out and see some very high-level tennis. Again, the caliber locally is not seen at this level on a regular basis other than our tournament on an annual basis. So very high level caliber college and some for former professional players. Bill, I'm going to hand back over. I'm sure I've missed some things, but just trying to orient fans as they're getting up to speed on this first round of matches.
Yeah, it's always very exciting, Mark, to come out here and see the talent that we had. Kind of on a regular basis, what we've seen is that we do have teams that just generally enjoy being here, and they come back year after year. On the other hand, we have some fresh talent as well, and it's always fun to see some new players and basically see what kind of talent is out there, and it should be just a really fun day. In terms of weather conditions, right now I think we're basically somewhere in the low 80s as far as temperature goes. There's a slight breeze going. It's mostly cloudy at this point. I bring that up because this is can be a difficult time of day to serve on the one side here at the Country Club of York. And actually, Sarah talked to me a little bit about that this morning, and she was really happy that it was going to be cloudy. But lo and behold, we're starting to see the sun creep through a little bit, and not sure where that's going to go from here. There is a possibility of thunderstorms later, which could impact the second or third round of matches that we have going on here. We certainly hope not, but we do have these matches backed up at the Wisehaven Indoor Tennis Center, actually, which is operated by one of our competitors here, Phil Myers, and that gives us an outstanding backup in the case we need it, because it is a 2 event and the matches need to be played. So.
Yeah, it's a great indication on that. And the tournament director just stopped in, Bill, while you were bringing folks up to speed. Mark Coons, our longtime head pro, who has retired from us but is still our tournament director this year. He did just inform us that because of the potential for rain this afternoon, the third sets, if there are any 3-set matches, will be 10-point tiebreakers. So I want to inform those listening in or watching that if they see a different scoring pattern in the third sets, it's because we're going to a third set tiebreaker because of the rain. One other thing I did want to note real quick, so it's not lost as it relates to local talent. While we have a number of local players, we did want to remind those who are familiar with the very accomplished Holden Coons, who is the last 3 years, he and his partner Elizabeth Scotty have won the last 3 classics. Holden is back again this year, which we're thrilled about. He's the #1 player at James Madison University. Although Elizabeth Scotty was not able to join us due to an injury, Holden will have a new partner this year, Aubrey Nesbitt, and we will get into that a little further along there in the bottom half of the draw. So I just wanted to bring the local fans up of who's playing, and again, we'll work our way through that as we work our way through the draw. But very excited to have Holden back in the tournament again, given all the accomplishments that he's had nationally as well as a local player. It's great to see that local talent have so much success.
Yeah, Holden definitely has had a great year. He's a #1 player at James Madison. If I'm not mistaken, what I'm going to give you is close, but I believe his record at number one singles this year was in the range of 18-2. So he certainly had an outstanding year, and his game just continues to improve, every time that we see him. So we'll look forward to, calling one of his matches a little bit later on today. Players are getting ready here, taking their serve. So I'm really kind of hoping that we're going to be in action here soon. All the players are quickly moving through warm-ups. Other local flavors down on court 3, which you can't see, we have Ben and Lindsay Zink. They're from the Lancaster, Pennsylvania area. Ben's involved with Racket Club West over there, and Lindsay is just finished her freshman year at the University of North Carolina. Which is one of the top teams, if not the top team in the country. So she actually is a teammate of Elizabeth Scotty, who had played with Holden Coons the last 3 years and won this event. So we're really, she was here last year. We're happy to have them back as well. So.
The other thing to note, Bill, as we get ready again, as you said, the players seem to be moving along in their warm-ups. I'm seeing serves on court 1 and 3. They'll be moving to that on court 2. Throughout the presentation, throughout the weekend, I want to let those listening in and watching know that we will have special guests throughout the day joining us, some current and former players, some local sponsors, as well as the collaborative, to talk about what it is we're doing here and why we're doing it from a fun standpoint and how we're supporting the York community. So just wanted to get that in as we work through, and you hear a new voice or a new name and then hear them talking. It'll be about their connection to the collaborative and what it means to them.
And as we get going here a little bit, when we have some breaks in the action, we'll do our best to keep you up to date with what's going on court 2 and court 3. We're dependent on the players really, basically flipping the numbers on the side of their court to keep us up to date with actually where those matches stand. But we'll try to give you some background on those players so that you know a little bit about some of the other players that you might see a little bit later on in our live streaming event. We will hopefully be calling 3 events here today, or 3 matches, which will be, as I indicated earlier, the round of 16 matches as well as the quarterfinal matches. Tomorrow morning, the semifinals will be played here at the Country Club of York starting at 9 a.m. With the finals at 11:30. So those of you that can't make it out here today, certainly we would welcome you coming here tomorrow. We have some food truck that will be here today, actually a couple of them. And as a side light, that'll be a nice addition to our offering here for the tournament. So we're hoping that we'll have a pretty good crowd here today. Particularly a lot of the local players. It's a great place to showcase a few of those. As I said, we have a handful of local players that'll be here, including Phil Myers and Matt Taylor from the Wisehaven Tennis Center. They're the professionals that are associated there. And, we have another young talent.
Elizabeth Ionescu, I believe you probably were thinking.
Yeah, and she has basically, she's not a native of the York area, but her family has moved to the York area, and she's been training here for several years. Right now she is nationally ranked. I believe, from what I've been told, she's ranked as high as in the top 5 nationally for 14 and under. And, I hope that you'll have an opportunity to see her play. I understand that she hits the ball as hard as anybody who we'll have here playing today. So, it's just going to be I think a great couple of days of tennis, Mark. It should be a lot of fun.
Absolutely. And to give a plug for those food trucks, I know you're really looking forward, Bill, to getting out to Perrydale for some ice cream. And when you head out that way, make sure you get me something, because I know you and I are both fans of that. And then on the regular food truck, we have Miadobo food truck. So looking forward to that added feature this year as we work our way through the weekend. Is it chocolate or vanilla, Bill? If you had one choice, where are you going on the ice cream side?
Generally I would start with vanilla, with some additives.
That's right, the
Yeah,
Country Club Sundae.
yeah.
The vanilla ice cream with hot fudge. That's right. I forgot. We have started as we move on. We have started playing the match on court 3. The Zincs got point 1. They're getting going, and as you can see, I'm going to hand over to Bill. We're getting ready to get started on our feature court, court 1, and it looks like Punch and Charlotte are going to be serving. Go ahead, Bill. Kick us off as we get started. Welcome, everybody. Thrilled to have you.
Well, not the ideal start. Charlotte with a poach a little bit behind where she should have been. Basically, mixed doubles is an interesting match of strategy. We'll be talking about that a lot as the day rolls on here. But
Daniel got caught in between there a little bit. Nice volley by Charlotte. We're back to even at 15-all.
And it's in the early going. Both parties here are getting their sea legs.
Talk a little, Bill. You're getting ready to comment. We got interrupted by the play. Talk a little bit about and how that works, if you would, for those who aren't tennis players.
Yeah. Generally in mixed doubles, all these players that you'll see out here are accomplished players. However, the men are generally stronger. It's important for the men to hold their serve, but really holding serve is particularly important in doubles. And you'll see a lot of movement from both players. As doubles roll on here.
Great volley by Punch there coming in. Yeah.
Yeah. That's one thing, Mark, that we've always admired of Punch. Through the years to watch him, as he just has outstanding touch.
His hands, Bill, right?
Yeah, and he's always going to make the percentage play.
He is. And he makes the game, in any sport, you and I have talked about this before as huge sports fans, the better players make the game look slower, and Punch certainly does that.
Yeah, there's an example right there of his great hands.
Daniel had a chance there, and Charlotte held up. 40-15 in this first game as Punch looks to hold.
Charlotte looks to be, basically adjusting up there at net, and we know enough of her to know that sooner or later she's going to be on those volleys. If she continues to get balls fed to her like that, she's,
no question,
going to be very tough.
And
there again, you can see Punch. He's really going for the percentage play, playing up the middle of the court. They had an advantage, and he's putting the ball right at his feet, and they're off to a 1-0 lead here in the first set.
Yeah, interesting there, Bill. Right out of the gate, again, mixed doubles. Traditionally, again, the female plays such a big role. The very best females have traditionally moved on in this tournament. And interesting, again, it's only game 1, and it's where the shots were available. But Punch and Charlotte actually hit a lot more balls to Daniel that game. And as you said, a great comment, get your sea legs. Punch and Charlotte hold, and now Daniel will look to get back to even here if they switch sides.
Yeah, it'll take a good 3 or 4 games till we really get a good sense of where this match is headed and what the strategy might be for each of the respective teams. So,
Love one and Daniel serving.
Yeah, and interesting here is Punch basically taking the deuce side in terms of returning. The teams are opposite in that regard. Not the start there that Daniel would like to see. Harkening back to the, just getting this, trying to get in a flow, trying to figure out, what their opponents have. I'm sure that these are two teams that haven't seen each other before.
Yeah. And as you said, we've been there at a lower level. Certainly for me, you've played at a high level, certainly. But Daniel certainly wanting to get his legs under him. That'll help. We're at 15-all. He'll settle in, an accomplished player. Looking forward to a good match here. There he goes. He got a nice first serve into the backhand. A lot of pace. he looks like he might be finding himself 30-15 here for the serving team.
Well, Mark, at this point, we've got all 3 matches, I believe, underway.
We do. We're going to need some help getting Court 2 to flip their, and Court 3 to flip their scorecards, but we'll work on that so that we can keep the fans updated.
Maybe we'll be fortunate enough, we'll try to get somebody to run and get those scores as the day rolls on here.
Yeah.
Another good serve. I believe we're back to 30 all here, so after a slow start. Daniel seems to be finding his range.
Punch did a great job there putting in his feet right. We talked a lot about that over the years. You know, he's coming in, Daniel's coming in on the serve. It's a good serve, but Punch has that ball at his feet. It pops up, Charlotte puts it away, and now we've got a break point right out of the gate here. Big first point. It's early in the match, but big chance to break for Sakura and Malika.
Yeah, you don't want to dig a hole early, Mark, as you and I both know. We'll see if he gets his first serve in here. That was a very good serve and a great return, actually.
Oh, Punch wanted that one back. He had he wasn't expecting it on his racket there.
Yeah. Would have been a beautiful angle volley had he hit it, but.
Oh, that's a game. I went the wrong way there. We're knotted at 1.
Yeah. Our apologies. We had that one.
Yeah, I looked away as I was trying to get the scorecards on these other courts set up. We'll get that taken care of here. So we're 1-all on the main feature court. Again, we'll keep you posted on courts 2 and 3 as we work the scorecards. As Bill said earlier, cloud cover coming in. It'll be great to play in this weather for the players as long as the rain stays away. Do see the food trucks pulling up now, Bill, as I look behind me. First serve for Charlotte. Put it right on Daniel's racket. Nice little half volley.
Yeah, she didn't get that quite as low at his feet as she probably should have. So far, Charlotte's still, I think, finding her range a little bit on her volley. Something that, having seen her play through the years, will definitely be forthcoming shortly.
Little wind just picked up here, Bill. And
outstanding serve and volley there from Charlotte. Good to see that aggressive play. We'll see some groups where they serve and stay back and some that'll be serve and volleying. You can expect that Punch is going to be pretty active here at net. Yep. Another good serve. Puts it at 35, I believe, right, Mark?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Oh, there they go. So we got court 2 now flipping after their first game. So we're good there, and we'll just need some help then down on court 3. So as you said, Bill, sorry, 30-15 here as Charlotte gets going. A little bit of wind picked up there.
A little bit, but I don't think it's, at this point, you know, enough to make a significant difference in play, but that could obviously change if it should become a little bit more blustery. Charlotte continuing to go with the serve and volley as an approach.
As you said, where they're starting to figure out the strategy, where you want to serve it, who do you want to return to if you have the option. A lot of strategy involved, in, especially in mixed doubles, even more, I would suggest, than a regular singles or doubles match. Just missed on that serve.
It was a good thing. It was a little bit of a mishit, but would have been a difficult return to handle.
Sarah's got a look at a second serve here. Could potentially get a break point chance. Great second serve by Charlotte. Oh, good point.
Good point overall. For those of you that are out there, one of the things that you'll notice if you look closely is that Punch is basically signaling to Charlotte, whether he is going to poach across the court or whether he's going to stay put. Whether at some point, perhaps they might even have a conversation about where the ball will be served in addition to where he intends to go in order to improve the angle that they have. And so there you saw Punch go, but Daniel with an excellent topspin forehand down the line. It was very well played.
Yeah, the first serve, Charlotte kicked the first serve in. They went with a strategy of having Punch poach, and he actually left a little early. Daniel got a good look at it and got himself a forehand. Charlotte couldn't get all the way over there. We're at deuce, 1-all.
Yeah, and that's really the difficult piece. If you're the guy that's poaching, or guy or girl that's poaching, essentially your timing needs to be very good so that you're not giving away what you're going to be doing and enabling the person on the other team to hit the ball behind them. So we're at a break point here, I believe. I think Charlotte pushed out.
She pushed that. She pushed that wide, as you said. She went for the extra topspin, and Chang and Kwa have their first break point here at 1-all. Punch moving a little more towards the middle, setting up here. Great return. That's just a great shot by Daniel. He found his way in that game, Bill. He seems to be settling in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that was an outstanding return. And that's something that, Charlotte's going to need to consider. Charlotte and Punch, as they get back to her service game is, what is their strategy going to be? Is the server going to actually serve and volley, or are they going to stay back and try to take control of the point from the baseline?
And as we talked about earlier, as you were mentioning, this idea of the females holding serve. So here we are, the first time we had on the feature court, we have a female serving. They get broken. Let's see how that works its way through. Here on court 2, just getting started, it's 1-love. Some interesting strategy. The team here closest to us, KK and his partner, both started back on the return of serve on the first serve, and then she moved up on the second. So again, there's lots of different strategies in play as folks are working their way through comfort levels and matches. And again, lots of new players here. So real excited. Bill, get us going. They're getting ready to switch sides here on court 1, but again, 8th annual Groft Charity Classic here at the Country Club of York. Just getting started, around of 16 matches, 3 courts, all hard true. We'll get a second round of matches after these first rounds, and then we'll eventually move into the quarterfinals. Thrilled for those who are out there listening or watching. We're thrilled to have you.
And Mark had referred a little bit earlier to, kind of the return strategy. As we indicated, you can't see it, but on court 2, on the first serve, they're both staying back, and that is, under the assumption that the first serve will be more difficult to return, and it, gives the receiving team more options in terms of being able to keep the ball in play by handling it in that manner.
Great point there on court 2. Again, you can't see it, but great doubles, great hands at the net by both teams. Went back and forth. The returning team ended up winning the point. Great shots. We're getting ready to get started back on our feature court. 2-1. Sarah serving to Punch. Punch gets an early look at a second serve here.
It'll be interesting to see if he takes that serve and chooses to close, because it appears that, at least with the second serve, that Sarah is going to be staying back, and it'll be interesting to see if they can effectively take control of the net as a result of that strategy. So, here's where it gets, it gets more interesting to
no question
to
Bill.
Watch.
No question. Double fault on that first point as Sarah starts to get into her service game. She's looking to get one in here and get started. Charlotte will be looking to do some damage, get it at her feet, and see if they can't get a love 30 start to this game. Sarah a little tentative on her serve getting started. I'm sure she'll settle in here. Second serve, love 50. It's a good second serve, and we've got a let because of ball from court. Yeah. Sarah finally finds her way into a serve, and then she's got a let because of a ball come on the court on there in the back. So, well, again, love 15, second ball.
And at the moment, Mark, we've got, pretty steady cloud cover here. Does not appear that, the sun is going to be a factor at this juncture. We'll see whether that stays that way as the match rolls on.
Really good second serve by Sarah, but she went for the lob and didn't get enough on it. Punch and his length was able to put that away. So we're love 30 as Punch and Charlotte look to get that break back. And again, this idea of having the female player hold is a lot of cases the deciding point of these sets and matches. We're love 30. Punch gets another look at a second serve here, and as Bill said last time, interesting to watch where he goes here. As expected, and you said it earlier, Bill, Punch slows the game down, gets it on Sarah's backhand. He sets up his partner, Charlotte, for a shot, and they've got triple break point here, Bill.
They do, and yeah, her toss went up, and Punch took a couple of steps inside the baseline, took that ball early, and that makes it really difficult for the serving team if the receiver has the ability to do that.
Good first serve by Sarah. She got a good look at that one. She gets one back, so double break point. Nice serve there for Sarah Kwa.
And we're just, at the end of this game, all the players on the court will have served, and I think we'll really start settling into, exactly how this match is really going to be played.
It's a great comment. 15:40 here, 2-1 for the serving team. Punch again gets a look at a second ball. We would think he's going to do the same thing he did last time.
Wow.
Great lob by Sarah. And she got a look and drove the volley into the net. We're 2-all with the break, Bill. Back on serve, no blood.
No blood. So Punch will be kicking it off here. We're at 2-all in the first set. And we'll see if there's any strategy adjustments that get made here as we move onward.
Long game on court 2. The man serving, Tyler from MIT, still serving. He's been at that game for close to 10 minutes now, trying to hold. Great first serve by Punch. They kick it off with they get the first point here in this fifth game.
And Mark, I don't know if you noticed that, that was a beautiful, he had a little bit of kick on that. Didn't really show a lot of that in his first service game, so you can see that he's starting to break out, some of the other weapons that he has. But, in his case, I think that in general, he's going to go for the percentage serve, and he's going to place it where he wants to place it and set up the point for the remainder of the shots that he's going to be making.
Agreed. More 30 love here.
And Punch always looking to serve and volley so far in this match. Even on the second serve here.
Yeah, he's so tough with those hands again, as you've said, Bill.
Yeah.
At the net.
Another volley that, is exceptionally well placed. Sarah had a difficult time picking that up off her feet, but again, a very solid percentage play by Punch.
So we're 40 love, 2-all. Punch drives the serve out wide. Yeah, it's just great volley again. Just the hands, Bill.
Yeah, that was, great hands, and you got to hand it to Daniel. That was really a pretty outstanding service return, and Punch dug it out. And, at this point, they're pretty much in the driver's seat in this game.
My apologies, I jumped the gun. We're 40-15.
Punch takes it out wide. That's a serve that he's been looking to try to hit. So far, he hasn't been unable to find the range on it. I expect him to kick this one into the backhand as he does. Charlotte with a great
Touch
angle
shot.
volley to close out that point and close out the game. So it's Maleva and Sikora are up 3-2 here in the first set. On court 2, it's still at 1-0. Had a very long service game at the beginning of this match. I'm sure that the speed of play will improve as we move along here.
I've got 3-2 down on court 3, Bill. The Zincs are up 3-2, and I'm not sure, but it does say 3-2 for the Zincs, and I think we're 1-all on court 2. They haven't changed the cards because they haven't switched over, but very close games on court 2. Long, very lengthy game 2 on the serve there by Tyler.
And we see the crowd starting to trickle in here. A lot of people that are finding their way to the courts to enjoy the tennis activity here today. You know, we will see a lot of members here from the Country Club of York, as well as tennis enthusiasts from the area. It's always fun for Mark and I. We know a lot of the folks that will be coming here today, and it's, you know, great to see old faces and catch up with them, you know, as they, you know, basically settle in and to relax and enjoy the matches. It'd be much better for the spectators as well, without the sun beating down on them. It seems like for whatever reason through the years at the Charity Classic here, we've seemed to have hot and humid conditions that have been pretty brutal. But this doesn't, I mean, there's some humidity there, but it's not going to be, I don't think, brutal conditions, Mark.
I agree. No, it's actually perfect weather for the players here today, Bill. Again, let's hope that rain holds off. But in the middle of July in southern and south central PA, this is actually great weather to play in. We're back on court 1. It's 2-3 serving. Daniel and Sarah looking to hold to get to level set at 3-all if they can. Punch gets a look at a second serve here.
Outstanding play. Again, Punch dominating with his volley game and moving the ball around into, you know, again, as I've said before, making percentage plays. So they're off to a decent start here, a quick 15-love lead in this game.
Easy to say, Bill, but again, we've watched Punch over the years. So the strategy is definitely not to put it on his racket, up and around his eyes. Again, easier said than done, but you see it there again. He's won quite a number of points here just in these last couple of games with volleys in the first 2 points of this game, and Daniel and Sarah in a little bit of trouble here at love 30. Putting the ball on Punch's racket, not necessarily the strategy that you want to do, and again, I'm sure they know that, but always easier here on the sidelines.
You know, one of the things I always marvel about when I watch Punch is it's not necessarily how hard he hits it, it's where he hits it.
Absolutely.
And you could see that in that volley that, you know, won the game.
Great shot by Charlotte. Oh, we got a tweener?
Yeah.
And Punch said, yeah, thank you very much. Another ball on Punch's racket. Triple break point out of the gate here. Little tweener there by Daniel.
Yeah, that old shot that you and I had to give up about 20 years ago.
One of your favorite players, Nick Kyrgios, famous in today's pro game, trying to pull that out on a regular basis. But the lob goes over your head, or do you have time to get all the way around it? And some of the players in today's game go for the tweener shot between the legs. We're at love 40 here, Bill. Pretty key game here in first set. Nice serve by Daniel to get one back.
He got one back. Good serve into Charlotte's body. So, you know, and she pushed that a little bit wide.
15-40, double break point still. Daniel certainly primed to get a first serve in here, I'm sure.
He needs to get the first one in here.
Yeah, and that didn't work out. Giving Punch a look at a second ball. Charlotte's already closing in on the net. You know this is going to quickly become a battle at the net. And Daniel drives it long, and they get the break. Punch and Charlotte now 4-2 with Sikora serving.
Yeah,
get
and
the
that,
break.
as we said, Mark, that's a key break. Breaking Daniel's serve, that's going to put a lot of stress on him right here. Last time through, they broke Charlotte's serve. That's really going to be, if they don't do that here, Punch and Charlotte are really going to be in the driver's seat to bring this first set home.
Yeah, great point. 4-2 here, first set. Great first set serve, but Sarah with a great shot down the line. Punch moving more towards the middle. Great return. Charlotte's thinking, that's tennis, Bill, but Charlotte's thinking, man, that might have been my best serve so far, and we didn't get that point.
She served into her body, and she fought it off and was able to take that down the line.
Great volley there by Charlotte. Bill driving that volley with that pace back at Daniel at his feet with the way he hit his return. That's just a great volley.
It's a great volley, and basically she's making that volley. They're both at net. She's putting it deep and low, and Daniel's going to be in a position where he's going to, have to hit a really incredible shot to keep him in the point.
Sarah with two really good lobs. She's liking her touch on those touch shots. The first one, lob Charlotte was able to get, but wasn't able to do anything with it. And then Sarah went right back to the well with another lob and got it over Charlotte. So they come right back here now and try to break back. It's 15-30, Bill.
And as we go on here, Mark, I'm sure you'll agree with me. What we see here is really a contrast in styles. Punch and Charlotte looking to get to the net as soon as possible and close out the point. A little more defensive from Daniel and Sarah. It'll be interesting to see, kind of how it plays out here as we continue to move through the match.
Yeah, it's a great comment. And we're 15-4 double break as Kwa and Chang try to get back that break. Good serve by Charlotte. She gets one back.
And you could see there that, she put that serve right where she wanted to put it. And, it enabled Punch really to take another step toward the middle of the court and really close down the window of where she can actually return that ball.
Great lob by Daniel, and we've got a break back here on court one.
Yeah. So as you can see, the lob is turning out to be a weapon that Kwan and Chang are using here very effectively now here in that game. And, we're back on serve.
Yeah, the key game here, Bill, so they did break Charlotte, so now Sarah will serve at 3-4. We are back on serve. Key game here for Sarah to try to hold. If she's unable, it'll head to 3-5 or 5-3, and Punch will have a chance to serve out the set. So all games are key, but we've reached a key stage in this first set here on the feature court.
Yeah, I mean, we're at, a tipping point, and, as it goes back, the service break that they got on Daniel's serve, is kind of looming out there as a pretty significant event. Granted, we've got Sarah serving now, a little bit shaky in her first service game. It'll be interesting to see. I'm sure she'll find her range a little bit. And I'm sure that Punch and Charlotte, again, will be looking to be the aggressors here and come up to net. So it'll be interesting to see, how much of a factor that lob becomes and how effectively they can use the lob to move Punch and Charlotte off the net. Again, it's Sakura and Mileva with a 4-3 lead in the first set. As you can see there, Mark, Daniel, and Sarah, they're talking about strategy. He's letting her know exactly what he's going to be doing, basically when she gets the serve in.
Punch gets a look at a second serve here early, Bill.
That time the lob was not effective. She was unable to get it back over Charlotte. And Charlotte, you know, it's difficult in her own right to get the ball over. She is a very tall, strong, athletic player, and as was evidenced in that overhead. We're at love 15.
Now Charlotte gets a look at a second serve.
I'm sure she wishes she had that one back. She
Yeah.
pushed it a little bit long.
Yeah, on a second serve that certainly was solid, but nothing that was too extreme. You know, Charlotte's talking to Punch now saying, geez, I had a look there. 15 all.
15 all.
Sarah looking to get a first serve in here with Punch. Punch has driven his last 2 returns to Sarah in the last 2 games to her forehand. See if he tries to get a little more to the middle on her backhand here. Good hands by Punch yet again.
Again, continuing to drive those volleys low into the feet of Daniel and Sarah, and has been very effective in winning points by doing that.
Great get by KK here on court 2, just an unbelievable get, and they end up winning the point. They're 2-1 on court 2, and down on court 3, I still see 3-2. I don't know if the scorecards are up to date. Charlotte gets another look at a second serve at 15:30. Sarah followed that one in and drove the half volley lob out, and we've got double break point, Bill.
It was a good return by Charlotte, and again, you know, their aggression and, you know, Punch being very active, you know, created a very difficult, you know, situation for Sarah to make that volley. She chose to try to go over him and unfortunately knocked the ball a little bit long.
Punch gets a look at a second serve here, double break point. Sarah and Daniel in some trouble here. And a great half volley lob, top spin, half volley, maybe partial miss hit. They get one back. Great shot by Sarah. We're 30-40 as they try to hold on to this game and knot the set at 4-all.
Yeah, my take was it was just a great play. She, you know, picked that ball up and hit a beautiful lob. There was no play on it. So one more break point.
Charlotte gets a look at a second serve here, Bill. As
Yeah.
you said, break point.
Sarah's would obviously love to see that first serve percentage go up a little bit, and
Charlotte nets that one back to her, the first serve that she took. She'd like to have that one back again, and we're back to deuce here, Bill. Sarah has held off 2 break points. See how we do here.
yeah, Charlotte looked a little tentative with that one. I'm not sure if she was just trying to softly roll the ball low or.
Looked like it. Oh, great first serve.
Great defensive lob there by Punch. Oh, another great volley.
Boy, Sarah played a really good point there. Great serve, great second shot, and then the put away on the third. Great point by Sarah. She looks to hold on. They now have ad.
We have a great battle going here on court 2. I think they've traded about 10 cross-court forehands and are still at it as we go back to Sarah serving.
Very lengthy points on court 2, Bill, to your point. Sarah and Daniel have ad. They're looking to knot the set at 4-all. Good first serve. And
Good first serve. And
boy, it's a nice hold there, Bill, coming all the way back with 2 break points.
And they were a little bit on the ropes here in this set, but now we're back to 4-all, so we're...
It's a really, really great hold there, Bill.
Yeah, terrific.
By Sarah. Again, not just holding her own serve, but at 15-40, 2 break points. To your point, it could have been 5-3. Now we're 4-all. They've got to be feeling pretty good about that as they talk about how we're going to play this game. Punch again, as usual, Punch mode doing what he does. Great first serve. And he gets another volley up in his eyes, which is usually trouble for the opponent.
I think Daniel wishes he had that one back a little bit. Punch didn't quite do with that volley, I think, what he had hoped, but he got away with it, and they're off to a good start here. And again, as I noted, here you have Daniel on the ad side, the male playing on the ad side, which is the opposite of Punch and Charlotte. They're choosing to put Daniel's forehand in the middle of the court.
Daniel gets a look at a second serve here.
Another outstanding volley. Again, on that second serve, Sarah was choosing to play the ball, or basically position herself around the service line. So when Punch, was able to get a pretty good volley out of that, that really puts him in the driver's seat to hit, something pretty strong and put them in a commanding position to win the point.
Sarah goes for the lob again, Bill, on a really tough serve, and left it short, and that's obviously trouble against Punch. He's got a 40 love here on his serve, thus far proceeding pretty well through this game.
And as you and I know, Mark, I mean, that was a bit of a cut overhead on an angle.
Yeah.
For the average player, that's not an easy shot.
Don't try this at home, Bill.
Yeah, but Punch certainly makes it look easy.
Great serve right on the line. Charlotte has good hands, and again, Punch at the net. He's just deadly up there. He's just so terrific with his hands.
That was some great teamwork and coordination on the part of Punch and Charlotte here. And we're coming back to Daniel's serve, and he'll be trying to bring it back to 5-all. If not, we'll be moving on to a second set.
Bill, of all the players you've seen through the years, again, 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic, Punch certainly in the short list of folks with the best hands that we've seen here in this tournament. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, you would definitely have to agree with that. He's been just terrific and solid through the years. In the early years, certainly, him and Charlotte were, absolute force to be reckoned with. And, always admired coming here and, watching his hands. But, in Charlotte's case, watching, a female player that could really handle the heat, when teams would, get away from hitting the ball a Punch, they would come at her with a lot of power, and she always seemed to have the ability to handle it.
No question.
Interesting sidelight for Charlotte would be, she is among the top platform tennis players in the United States on her and her partner on the female side. I do not know what their exact ranking is, but I know that they're playing professional tournaments on a regular basis. Had the pleasure to see her play paddle, and she's quite a player. So,
yes, she is. Yes, and quite a teacher of the game as well. Very passionate about paddle tennis.
Yeah.
For those who haven't played platform tennis, paddle tennis, more of a wintertime sport, but terrific player down in the Philly area. Daniel now serving 4-5. Great first serve. Nice return by Punch. He'd like to have that one back. He give Punch a chance at a volley. He feels like he should make all those shots. It was a really good volley, I thought, by Daniel, though, Bill.
Yeah, he picked that ball up. It was a great return, but he picked up that half volley, and he put it really back at Punch's, made Punch try to execute a low volley that was down, in a little bit below his knees. And
great serve there.
Yeah, there's an outstanding serve there.
Daniel's got himself off to a good start here.
Yeah. Looks like, definitely he's starting to feel a little more comfortable with his serve.
30 love.
Yeah.
As Sarah signals what they're going to do on this point, back to your point earlier on the strategy.
He's getting more first serves in, and,
There's the key, though, right, Bill? Talk about that first serve versus second serve. We've commented on that, for those who aren't tennis players, why first serve so important versus second?
Well, the first serve, generally, you're trying to put it in terms of placement exactly where you want to put it, and you're hitting the ball with more velocity and in many cases spin. And
great serve.
He's definitely found his range here.
He made that game look easy, Bill.
Yeah, that was quick work. And if he continues to serve like that, we're going to have a real battle here.
We're in for a
Actually,
dandy.
we're in the midst of a real battle.
Yeah, we're 5-all, so we're back to the female serving. Charlotte gets first crack here at 5-all. As you'll remember, Bill, a little bit earlier in the set, Daniel and Sarah did break her last time, so they're feeling pretty good about how they're playing right now, I think. Sarah goes for the lob again, and another one, and Charlotte was in the right spot that time.
Again, it's the ongoing chess match here between the aggression of Charlotte and Punch and Sarah and Daniels being a little bit more defensive, particularly Sarah using the lob to their advantage to keep Charlotte and Punch off of the net. That was a good
volley
return.
By Charlotte. Yeah, Daniel got a shot there though, Bill, don't you think?
Yeah, I think he did. However, I think he thought that Punch was going to make a major move to poach that ball, but Punch really stayed put. He went for the big top spin that he was hoping would drop in, but it unfortunately drifted long. So
30 love here for Charlotte.
This could be again, as you indicated, this is a key game. If it's a good start on her service.
Another good serve. And for those, again, who may not be able to tell based on what they're seeing or listening to, it looks like the sun has just come out, Bill. Pretty exciting adventure at all times, have the sun come out. 40 love.
Great serve by Charlotte.
Even better return.
Yeah. Punch was taking that opportunity to, with the strong serve by Charlotte, to really, run across and poach that ball, but Daniel was onto it and hit an outstanding ball down the line. Charlotte could not get a racket on it, as you could see.
40-15. Sarah goes for the lob again. And Charlotte had none of it, put it at her feet, and that's a hold, Bill, so we're 6-5. Charlotte and Punch. As we get ready to switch sides, Sarah will be serving to stay in the set for Daniel and Sarah. Good hold by Charlotte, as you were referring.
That's a great hold, and very solid service game from her. She hit a high percentage of her first serves, which is certainly a requirement that's going to put them in the in the driver's seat.
While we're getting ready to switch sides, we didn't do this last year, Bill, and that was my error. Did want to bring recognition on the streaming side. We have with us Cliff Kern, who's done a great job getting us set up here again this year with the graphics that you're seeing at home, as well as the scorekeeping. Sitting here beside us, really thankful to have Cliff and his efforts in getting us set up and being able to share this on YouTube and with the community. Thanks so much, Cliff. We're going to be getting also, Bill, as we're getting ready to switch sides, it sounds like we might start getting some of our special guests stopping by to chat a little bit about their interest in the Opioid Collaborative. Again, here raising funds, 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic, raising funds for the Opioid Collaborative here in York County. We'll be having special guests stop over and share their thoughts on their passion for this horrible disease that is in a lot of communities, certainly including York. 5-6, Bill serving. Punch got a look at a serve there, got it onto her forehand and created some pressure.
Again, key spot in this match. And as we do get some of our sponsors that are going to come over and talk about their commitment to this worthy cause, I'll do my best to keep us going with the action. Mark will do, some of the interaction with our guests, and we'll do the best to keep things up to speed here with what's going on in the match.
Charlotte and Punch here, Bill, and again, we've seen it so many times with them. Both points they played here, putting the pressure on Daniel and Sarah to win the point versus Charlotte and Punch trying to do too much. And now here we are at love 30. You absolutely know Punch is going cross court with a return here and put some pressure on Sarah to make a play. Oh, great shot by Daniel. Put Charlotte in a rough spot there, Bill.
That was a great pickup by him. It really looked like Punch and Charlotte were in the driver's seat. Punch with that great cross-court forehand. Certainly a ball that was volleyable by Charlotte. And she just didn't quite get enough on it, and Daniel was able to make a really outstanding play on that ball.
And they get back to 30 all here. So we were love 30, Bill, and danger zone for getting broken and finish off the set. And like we saw last time Sarah served, she got herself in a little bit of hole and worked her way out of it. She hasn't worked her way all the way out yet, but we're back to 30 all. Two big points there from Sarah. Credit to her and Daniel, of course.
It'll be interesting here. She's had some success taking punch a little bit wide with the serve. I don't know if she'll try that again here. I'm expecting it, though.
Oh, look at the serve up the middle, Bill. With lots of pace.
There.
What a serve.
Yeah.
What at a key time, what a serve. Good for Sarah.
And there with my call on where that ball would go, you see why I'm sitting up there and they're playing down there.
It's easy up here, Bill. We're undefeated over here.
We're undefeated.
Sarah with a chance to hold. Charlotte gets a look at a second serve to try to get this game back to deuce.
Could be interesting to see if Daniel gets active here. He does.
He did, and it didn't work.
And Charlotte was all over that. That was Sarah really kind of floated that ball up there a little bit.
That's
exactly. Charlotte a really good look at her return.
That's exactly right. While she had such a great serve against punch on the deuce side with her first serve, she really didn't do enough with that second serve. Again, easy from here to say, but really put it on Charlotte's racket and gave her a good look. And now we're deuce. Now we're still in danger zone here at the 5-6 deuce.
There's that wide serve mark that we just talked about.
Yeah, I like the down the middle better. Easy from here. Punch serve was just back, just missed it. So Punch and Charlotte get a chance at a break point here, Bill, to win the set. That had to be really close, but again, the beauty of playing on hard true is, Bill, and normally you can see a lot of those spots. Talk briefly about that, Bill, for again those who don't play on hard true or aren't tennis players. What I mean by the line call.
Well, essentially, when a ball's hit, many times it'll leave a very clear mark as to where it landed on the court, and it makes it easy to make an accurate call on that. In terms of
And there we are with the break, Bill. First set, Punch and Charlotte get the break. 7-5, first set for Punch and Charlotte. We'll be switching sides and getting started with the second set. So they close out the first set, Bill. Again, Charlotte with some key shots. They drove that return long.
all three matches at this point are moving along very well. At court 2, can't get a really good grasp on, what the score is there. Looks like the Zincs may have a
5-3,
5-2 or 5-3.
5-2. I think you're right, Bill.
Yeah.
Which would make sense, right? Switching on odd. I think you're right.
So we're on a little bit of a break on court 1. Again, it's been some, great action to watch, and we have some of our first guests of the afternoon coming here.
So we're just getting started here. As Bill said, we're in the middle of a break. We're very fortunate to have a longtime local tennis player and community advocate, John Davis, with us here to promote. He and his company are separately sponsors for this event, but I think he's also here to promote tennis for kids. John, introduce yourself and tell the group a little bit about yourself, your history, and then why you're here in the sponsorship of the event.
Well, good afternoon. This is a great event, and we're tickled to be involved with it. Penn State Management is a company that I founded, and Tennis for Kids, which is dear to my heart, which is a local tennis program that's got close to 1,500 kids that were involved in it this year, and about 100 tennis teachers. give or take.
About 125.
About 125. Tim Law just gave me a little correction on that, but this is such a great event, and I would encourage everybody to come out. And we've got some local players in here that are extremely good, and some pros and some top-level D1 players.
John, those who don't know, again, you're quite an accomplished player in your own right. This is only the 8th annual Groft Charity Classic. You're probably a little disappointed we didn't have the event more in your prime. You certainly would have been out there, and we'd be announcing your efforts.
He's still in his prime.
A very accomplished player. For those who don't know, John's had a storied tennis career here in the South Central PA and national community. Looked like Punch, just as we continue to go back and forth, we'll keep John with us and commentating. We'll also keep you posted. Looked like Punch drove that overhead long, Bill.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting, to see if they get off to the a strong start here in this set. Pulled the last set out with a service hold on Charlotte's serve and a break of Sarah. Great serve by Punch. We're back to 15 all.
John, if you would, real quick, as a sponsor of the event, and again, so committed to our community, tell us a little bit more about Penn State Management as well, and then we'll come back around on Tennis for Kids.
Well, we're local real estate developers in the area, and we've developed some shopping centers and standalone buildings, Outback Steakhouse centers, Starbucks. So that's kind of our niche that we've done. So we've been here for 40 years, and I grew up in the South in Georgia and came up to Penn State to play tennis, and had the opportunity to play with another local player who was probably the best player, one of the best players. Maybe Holden Kuntz might be the best player, but Jan Bortner, who was from the York area, and we played at Penn State together.
Yeah, again, to John's point, Jan, a very, very accomplished player, and for those of you who've been around the community, well, you certainly know both Jan and John's name, and as John said, Penn Staters, and gosh, Bill, I mean, with me sitting here as a Penn Stater as well, we're not too disappointed to have another Penn Stater sitting here. I know you're Lehigh, Bill, but Penn State, right? Bill, stay with us here, Bill.
Yeah, go Penn State.
Charlotte with a nice overhead. She takes the ball for an easy win, and a hold there, Bill, for Punch out of as we get started in the second set.
Yeah, they really hung in there, and as we said, it'll continue to be a battle of Punch and Charlotte with their aggression. They've been taking the net away. They've been Daniel and Sarah have been trying to offset that with some lobbing, but at this point, their aggression is really paid off here. They've won a number of points where they've just come in and taken the net from their opponents.
John, coming back as we're switching sides here, 1-love second set for Punch and Charlotte. Back to Tennis for Kids. So 150 kids this summer with 125 coaches representing South Central PA, mostly York County. Tell us a little bit more about Tennis for Kids, if you would.
If you can, let me have Tim Law step in, because Tim is the president for Tennis for Kids. Is that okay?
That'd be great.
Tim Law is going to say a little bit about Tennis for Kids. I'm going to introduce Tim a little bit. He's been a good friend for a long time. We coached at York Catholic together for a couple years on the tennis team when our daughters were playing. But Tim has kind of stepped in for the founder, Hank Murgis, who was the president and the founder of Tennis for Kids. And Tim has done an unbelievable job continuing this program. It's a feeder program, and we like to introduce kids that maybe wouldn't have the opportunity to play. So I'm gonna let Tim step in here for a second.
That'd be great. Thanks, John. Play back on the court
Tim,
here,
welcome.
Bill.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank
Nice,
you, John. I owe you a lot of money for those kind words, John. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Nice point there on the court, Bill. Charlotte got another good look at a volley and didn't miss it. Put away the shot, and love 15 as we start the second game. Tim, welcome to the telecast. So Tennis for Kids, 150 kids this year, 125 some odd coaches. I know your commitment to the local community with tennis overall, both on the boys and girls side, as well as as the kids are getting older. Tell us a little bit more about Tennis for Kids.
Sure.
What's it look like, and educate the folks out there listening.
Sure. Yeah, we've got about 1,500 kids in there at the program this year, and about 125.
I missed a zero,
instructors.
Tim.
You missed
I
a zero?
missed a zero, and that's
Hey,
pretty
and
important. 1,500.
And I thought you were a numbers guy too. Was I wrong or what?
1,500. Let's make it very clear.
1,500. That's right.
1,500.
Yeah, multiply that 150 by 10.
It's a phenomenal number. Thank you for correcting me.
Well, as they say in a lot of cases, you're standing on the shoulders of giants. Starting with Hank Mergis, John Davis has been actively involved for years. Steph Campisi, Jamie Myers, Gina Ortenzio. We've had just some incredible people that have been real supportive, and John has been over backwards as far as helping us with a lot of the different things within the Tennis for Kids. But again, we're at 21 different sites, and actually 2 in Adams County over there in New Oxford, as well as in
excellent
over in Gettysburg.
Excellent. So 21
different sites.
21 different sites. And how does this work? So you got the 1,500 kids, you got the 125 instructors. What does this look like on a weekly basis?
Well, it depends on the site. For example, Gettysburg and Northeastern has had the largest sign-ups. There are north of 110 kids signed up, and in some of the smaller sites, they'll have as few as maybe 25 or 30. But they're 25 or 30 kids when you're talking 2 courts is that's pretty busy. So it varies. It can go anywhere from about 25 up to 115 or so, and so it's worked out really well, and the kids and parents seem to be really happy with it.
That's fantastic. Thanks for that. And tell us a little bit about how did you get involved? You were talking earlier, you and John talked earlier about Hank Mergis. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, in 2017, I actually ran the Northeastern site, and then in the fall of 17, I was asked about possibly taking over as president or director, whatever you refer to it as. And basically it's worked out pretty well. Obviously there's a pretty good learning curve and everything. So starting in 2018, took it over, and then obviously 2020 we didn't have it because of the COVID situation. But we really back in 21, and then 22's really picked things up. So it's going well.
Fantastic. Bill, bring us back up to speed on the action on the court. I believe we're 1-all.
I believe we're at 1-all, yeah. And we're back to Charlotte's serve.
We did, for those, again, who can't see, sorry to interrupt, Bill, I'll bring it right back to you. Court 3 has finished their match. Based on the body language I'm seeing, I believe the Zinks from Lancaster were able to advance through their first round match. So Court 3 is freeing up, and our local pros are cleaning the court for the next match down on Court 3. Sorry, Bill, back to you on the action.
Again, Charlotte going with the serve and volley, something that's been, tried and true for them. And one thing I wanted to mention with you is I've had the opportunity to see a few of your podcasts with some of the local tennis talent that we've had here.
Sure.
And tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, well, I've tried to, the main thing with my YouTube channel, Playing It Forward Coaching, is I'm trying to really emphasize, work ethic, people skills, developing a, marketable skill for young people and everything. And we not only do some tennis, and Elizabeth Ionescu is the youngest that we actually interviewed at 14, and did a phenomenal job for as young as she is. But I've had Phil Myers on there, and interviewed people from the city-county tournament, last year and everything. And just not only that, but my other leg was in the sport of wrestling, and I've actually got a couple guys that were NCAA champions that are also on there, and also some young lady named Trinity Thomas, who all she did was get three medals in the NCAA gymnastics this past year for Florida. So it's a variety of entrepreneurs, business people, coaches, athletes, etc. And it's going well. I got about 550 subscribers and over 30,000 views total in about a year, almost 2 years. So that's how I kept busy during COVID, was this Neanderthal low-tech guy like Fred Flintstone, worked on some tech skills during the months of COVID there. So that's how I got started. But
well, congratulations on this. That's a pretty good start.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing to do.
No, not for yeah, had to learn a few things, but definitely really enjoy it. And we've got some wonderful people that we've interviewed on there, and just great role models.
Yeah.
Lord knows the kids need good role models in this day and age. So.
Great point right there, Bill. Back to the action as usual again.
And a great example
punch
of
in
that
hands.
would be, I saw the interview you had with Hunter Jones, and he's been active in this tournament through the years, really helping to facilitate the smooth flow of play, and just an outstanding young man to be around. And we miss having him here this year.
Sure.
Maybe we'll see him.
Yeah, well, Hunter and his sister Taylor actually ran our Tennis for Kids program at Dallastown, and they do an absolutely phenomenal job. And basically, I can't say enough good things about Hunter. That's for sure.
Yeah, great young man.
Tim, thanks for the information on Tennis for Kids. Again, 1,500 kids this summer, 125 instructors, 21 different locations. And it runs, Tim, till when through the summer?
Well, this past year we ran from Tuesday, June 14th, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday through July 14th. Now we have 3 locations: Susquehannock, Loganville, and Springfield Park. They go Monday, Wednesday, Friday, but the other 18 go Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And it's a free program. It goes 9 to 11, and like I said, at all these different locations. And so it was another real good year. I can't say enough about our great staff and the leadership that we have with the a lot of the people as far as that are helping support this program.
Thanks so much. No, really appreciate it. And as Bill and I, and you certainly know, and John, who's still hanging around, it all starts at the grassroots. How do we continue to keep young men and women involved in this great game? Really appreciate all you're doing there for Tennis for Kids for our community.
Okay, well, thank you guys. I appreciate you, and I hope you have a good rest of the weekend here. It's a great cause you got going here with the opioid scenario. So
thanks so much.
Thank you again, guys.
Thanks, Tim.
Thanks again for your time, Tim. Pleasure having you. So back to the action here, Mark. We've got Sarah serving.
I think we're love 15, Bill, if I saw that one right.
I believe so, yes.
And it's 1-2. So again, all key games in tennis, but they don't want to dig a hole here down a set already, Bill.
Definitely, this is a very key game, pivotal game actually. They don't want to go down 3-1 and then be running into punches serve, which is proven to be pretty solid for them so far.
Charlotte got to look at a second serve and took it right at Daniel strategy-wise, and now danger zone, love 30, down 1-2.
And Charlotte's hit some great returns that have been right at Daniel's right hip, which is, exceptionally hard for him to volley. And again.
Oh, great hands by Charlotte. Got a good look.
Yeah. And again, they're going back to that, that combination. Basically Punch is able to get his forehand, drive it deep in the court, come in and take the net. And that's been an effective strategy for them. And so far, Daniel and Sarah don't really have the answer to that.
I think we're triple break point here, Bill. 1-2. Sarah and Daniel have worked their way back into that first set, but could go the other way as well.
Again, the key is for Sarah to get that first serve in. Great return by Charlotte there. Oh, the ball was called a little bit long. Again, goes back to that clear marking that you see on a clay court or a hard true court.
Great hands. Charlotte had a look at an overhead and didn't do enough with it. Sarah, great hands on her part to get back in this one. They save one break point here, Bill, 15-40.
Yeah, Charlotte clearly had that one right on her racket. That's one that, unquestionably she would want back again.
Again, for those of you in the area, but maybe have not been here before, come on out to the Country Club of York. Some great tennis, very high-level tennis for our community to see this caliber of college and in some cases professional players. Just terrific to watch. Sarah goes for the lob again, and it worked. Pushed him off the net, but she left that one a little bit short. Yeah. She's kicking herself a bit there. That's a break, Bill. We're now 3-1 for Punch and Charlotte, and they've taken control at this point.
Now we're up here, we couldn't exactly hear the communication between Punch and Charlotte on that point, but there have been a couple occasions where Charlotte has been unable to reach the ball, and Punch has just made some very difficult volleys, you know, where he hasn't really had a good sight line on the ball until the last minute. And that was just another example, and you know, his volley led to a very easy volley for Charlotte to take that point.
Great second serve, and Charlotte gets a good look, and yeah.
And, you know, that was a break point that was, you know, critical. And now we're at 3-1, and with Punch serving, and you know, they could be in the driver's seat after this game, Mark.
The on the second court, the marathon first set has finished, and they're getting started on the second set. So
Yeah.
quite a competitive match on court 2 as well. And court 3 has been cleaned, and they'll be getting ready for their next match on court 3 as we work our way down the bracket. We'll keep everybody posted. Back to the action here, Bill. 15 love. Charlotte got a look, but a little bit further away on that poach, Bill.
But Punch is doing a great job of, you know, basically just taking a little bit off that serve. I mean, he's serving it hard, but taking a little bit off it so he gets it deep in the box, you know, allows him to close that net. And in that case, Charlotte was coming across, didn't make the volley, but again, beautiful serve out wide, very difficult return. All she could do was lob it up, and it just didn't get over Charlotte. So
30-15 here, Bill. 3-1. Punch and Charlotte looking to drive this to 4-1 if they can. Great volley. 40-15 now. 3-1, 40-15 as Punch tries to hold and take command of the set.
yeah, it's going to be a deep hole here if Punch can hold on to this service game. At this point, they're in the driver's seat. We'll see what happens here. But clearly expect a serve and volley here. Beautiful serve up.
No need for another shot.
Yeah.
Serve ace up the middle. 4-1 Punch and Charlotte, Bill.
That was a great change of pace there, Mark. Punch has typically been taking the ball wide on the forehand. And I think that he had Sarah leaning that way, and he came up the tee with a beautiful serve and an ace that creates a 4-1 lead for them in this set. You know, we're back to Daniel's serve here, I believe, and, you know, this will be an absolute must game for them. If not, it'll be a difficult for them to pull out the second set.
Eighth annual Groft Charity Classic as we work on the changeover. 4-1 Punch and Charlotte in this first featured match. 3 hard true courts here at the Country Club York, 1400 Country Club Road in York. If you're in the South Central PA area, please stop out and see us. All funds benefiting the Opioid Collaborative here in York County as we try to raise funds for those folks who unfortunately have been impacted by this horrible disease.
And for any of you that might be on hand here, clearly you could go to the registration desk or the desk where they're selling t-shirts if there are any donations that you would like to make to the cause. It's all going to a great cause. Individual donations of $200 and greater are being matched by our sponsors, doubling the value of any contributions that are made at that level. Clearly we welcome any donations that we would get here this weekend.
1-4, Bill. Daniel and Sarah serving to realistically stay in this match. They need a hold here. Daniel gets the first point, 15 love on a good second serve. He kicked that high to Punch's backhand.
I think Punch tried to bite off a little bit too much there, push that ball wide. Daniel serving at 15 love here. We'll see here, Mark, if he actually does a serve and volley here, serving to Charlotte.
Charlotte gets a look at a second serve.
Again, showing how critical in nature that first serve is. It's a big factor for Daniel. Again,
I think his serve caught the line. I think Charlotte's return just missed.
Yeah. And again, that was an outstanding second serve. You know, definitely pushed the ball wide.
Love, 1-4 here, second set, Punch and Charlotte. The receivers won the first set.
Great play. Great play all around. Nice little exchange there at net. Again, you know, Punch, again, dictating play with his volley. You know, created a lob volley that Charlotte was able to put away there rather easily. So we're at 30-15.
We are, yeah, 1-4.
So far, Daniel having trouble connecting with that first serve in this game. Again, kicked that second one in there nicely, very deep in the box. Made it very difficult for Charlotte to make a strong return.
40-15 as Daniel looks to get the hold as they try to get back into this set. Talking a little strategy, where are we going to go? Okay.
There he comes with the first serve, very well done. Daniel gets it in, it's now their ad.
I think that's
I'm
game,
sorry, that
Bill,
was
yeah.
game.
Yep. So we're 4-2 serving second set. Charlotte will be serving 4-2.
And you would have to think that basically if she's able to hold serve here, they're really going to be in the driver's seat as far as this goes. Good start. Punch with an easy put away overhead. I'll try to keep glued to the action here to the extent I can.
Yeah, we're fortunate, Bill, as we've talked about throughout. We're going to have special guests and sponsors with us throughout the weekend. We're fortunate to have Bob Riley here with us with WellSpan. Bob, please introduce yourself. What's your role and the connection here with the Opioid Collaborative, if you would. Please welcome, Bob.
Oh, thank you very much, guys. Great honor to be here. Just an incredible day of competition at the tournament today. My name's Bob Riley. I'm the Vice President and Government Relations Officer for WellSpan Health. We are very active with the York County Opioid Collaborative, serve on several of their committees, and just proud to be a partner with them in the fight against opioid overdose in our communities.
Tell Bob, we may have some listeners, some of the players are from outside of the area. Tell some of our listeners who might not be familiar with what is WellSpan, how large are you, locations, those kinds of things for some of the folks who may not be from this area. Obviously, Bill and I are very familiar with WellSpan, but educate those who may be out there from outside the area, if you would, about WellSpan.
No, thank you very much. So WellSpan Health is a health system that covers 5 counties here in South Central Pennsylvania in Adams, Franklin, York, Lancaster and Lebanon counties, and we have some pockets in northern Maryland and in Cumberland counties. 8 hospitals, 6 acute care, and then we have a behavioral health facility known as Phil Haven, and about 20,000 strong in terms of our employees, and just proud to serve the South Central Pennsylvania area.
That's a great update again, Bob, on kind of what WellSpan is. Again, we're joined by Bob Riley with WellSpan. Bob, talk a little bit about, we're here on the raising funds on opioids and mental health and some of those kinds of things. Talk a little bit about the challenges that you and your team are seeing at WellSpan and how important funds related to this kind of affliction or disease are in our community.
They're just incredibly important. I mean, unfortunately, your county has some of the highest opioid overdose rates in the entire state, and obviously, as I think we're all aware, the pandemic didn't help that. It exacerbated the situation, and in fact, our York County coroner, Pam Gay, just announced recently that this year, in the last 3 months, we have had an increase in our community, so it's something I think we're all cognizant of. For WellSpan, what we've tried to do on our part is reduce the amount of opioid opioid pills that we're prescribing to our patients, we've been successful over the last 3 years in reducing the number of pills prescribed by more than 2.3 million, and that's by working as a trusted partner with our patients to work on a more holistic pain management strategy. But no one can do it alone. So the importance for the York County Opioid Collaboratives, we have all these incredible partners that come together and just try to work towards a common goal of helping out families because we all know, every single one of us knows someone who's struggling with addiction right now. So it's important that we work together as a community.
Yeah, it's great. It's a great update, and your last comment there strikes all of us. We certainly know without many degrees of separation, if any, of folks in our community who are impacted. Now, Bob, the folks out listening to the telecast are not fortunate enough to see you. You're overdressed to play tennis today, but we're very thankful to have you. If you had the opportunity, would we be putting a racket in your hand and getting you down there, or are you a rackets player?
Guys, this is really interesting. So I haven't played in years, but I was the captain of my high school tennis team, and I was an odd duck. I didn't have a backhand. I played ambidextrously, so I would always have my opponent say, "I keep hitting to your backhand, and you don't have a backhand." But I'll tell you, WellSpan's been proud to be a sponsor of the event for many years now, but this is my first time here, and to tell your audience, I am amazed at the quality of play here. There are some incredible athletes right now playing very high-level tennis. So no, even at my peak 20, 30 years ago, I probably would have taken 3 points in an entire set off these folks. It's incredible.
You might have thrown them off with the ambidextrous piece, though, Bob.
That might be. I think that's probably the only tool I would have had in my arsenal. Yeah.
Real quick, Bill,
quick update
while
here.
we have Bob, give us an update, please.
Yeah, Sarah's serving to keep him in the match. Charlotte had an outstanding service game, hitting a high percentage of her first serves, and their second serves were also excellent. So we're at 15-all in this game, and if Punch and Charlotte can come away with it, that will end this match. They also have Punch's serve in their back pocket, so Punch and Charlotte are really in the driver's seat. And again, that tried and true Punch returning her second serve, following it in, and they've just been tremendously effective with that. And so far, Daniel and Sarah really don't have an answer to that. She really needs to get her first serve in order to, make them competitive on those points.
30-15 for those who are out there, 2-5 serving to stay in the match. And that one's going to hurt.
That was a great return, nice low return by Charlotte. Even though Daniel was on the move, he had to, pick up a ball that was low and just had skimmed over the net. And
Bill, we're at double match point here on court one as we potentially wrap up this first match. Let's see, Sarah trying to keep them in it.
Again, she's trying that wide serve that we've talked about, Mark. Trying to make that cross-court return by Punch a little more difficult, a more difficult angle. But here we can see, basically laid it right on the line.
There it is.
And that'll end that match.
Yeah, there it is. So we still do have Bob Riley with us. We'll get back to Bob in just a moment. We do want to wrap up this first match. So we do have a victor, Punch Maleka and Charlotte Sikora, 7-5, 6-2. As they advance out of the round of 16 to the quarterfinals. On the telecast, we'll be bringing in some other guests as we move along here and get court one ready for the next match. But let's come back, Bill, to Bob Riley again from WellSpan. Bob, what didn't we touch on? You were kind enough to update us on what WellSpan's got going on and as it relates to the opioids. What else strategically is WellSpan focused on as, again, we work on solving some of the community's issues around mental health and opioids?
Well, I think, just specifying mental health, I think we're all aware, that is just a growing issue, and again, exacerbated by the pandemic. And one thing I'd like to give a shout out, we all can be cynical about politics sometimes, but I'm I'm WellSpan's Vice President and Government Relations Officer. Shout out to our Governor Wolf and our state legislature, who last week just passed a really major investment to behavioral health in our Commonwealth. More than $40 million will go to county mental health-based programs. More than $100 million will go in general to adult behavioral health, and then there's a significant amount of funds for behavioral health in schools. So those are two really, besides the opioid addressing the opioid crisis, the mental health crisis is something that WellSpan and all other health organizations right now are really keyed in on for good reasons.
Thanks for that update, Bob. And again, thanks for stopping by to talk with us. What didn't we touch on? So you got a chance here for one more plug as it relates to WellSpan or rackets. What else didn't we touch on that we should have?
Well, just to encourage everybody to come on out and see the tournament. Again, like I said, incredible level of play. I just had a sandwich over at Mi Adobo, the food truck here. That was a fabulous sandwich for lunch. It's just a great environment. So just encourage everyone to come out and support this great cause. And just thank you. Thank you to everyone that's listening. Thanks to all the players for their incredible talents, and thanks to the sponsors. Like I said, we can't do this alone, so it takes all of us. It's one of the reasons why York County is a great place to live and work, because we've got a community that can unite around a great cause like this. So just thank everyone for all their hard work.
Bob Riley, WellSpan.
Yeah.
Thanks so much,
Thank you
Bob.
for coming by. You can have my job here soon. You did so well.
Thanks, guys.
Yeah, well done. Thank you.
Thanks for being here.
As we're waiting, Bill, we'll be cleaning court one and getting ready for his next match. Again, for those who are out there watching the telecast, we're going to be running, this year we're fortunate enough to have a couple of commercial feeds for our sponsors. We're getting ready to run. You'll be seeing scroll across as Cliff Kern again helping us out on the video and the YouTube feed. You'll be seeing some commercial spots fill in. So just be aware of that. It's scrolling across, and we'll take a break here in the action as we get ready for the second set of matches. I see Roberto Bianco, our director of rackets, looking down, talking about what we're getting ready to do there on court one. So we're again in between matches here, and Cliff's getting ready to run our next commercial. So hang in here with us.
This is a lot like your Highmark health plan. It goes where you go, near, far, even here. And no matter where you are, it helps you stay healthy. Same goes for your Highmark plan. We're broadening your options. So virtual care appointments with specialists, psychiatrists, even physical therapists can happen anytime, anywhere. It's healthcare that works harder by going further. Because life. Highmark Blue Shield.
Why do I love having a healthcare concierge?
It's the speaking to a real live person.
It's the figuring things out, so I don't have to.
Es la voz que me da.
It's the making sure I get my prescriptions on time.
It's the call, just to see how my son was doing after his accident.
When you have a healthcare concierge team, you have partners. Partners in care.
So we're back on the air as we get court one, as you can see, getting court one ready to go again. Court three has its next match on the court. They are warming up, and court two is in the middle of their second set. We will be having the next guest join us. John Hickey from UPMC will be with us here momentarily as we again try to rotate sponsors through as we stay on the telecast. Again, 8th annual Groft Charity Classic, raising funds, all funds raised for the York Opioid Collaborative here at the Country Club of York. 3 Har-Tru courts working left to right. Round of 16 matches underway. The second set of those matches taking place on court 3 and getting ready to come in on court 1 as well. We're not sure yet what the next match will be, but as soon as we do find out, we'll certainly share that with you, as well as their bios here on Court 1, our feature court. Again, 8th annual Groft Charity Classic, raising funds for the York Opioid Collaborative. Expecting John Hickey from UPMC to join us here in a moment, a major sponsor here of the event over the last several years, as Court 1 gets prepared to be played on. We do continue to have the match on Court 2, quite a marathon match. The team of Barr and Riley playing against Kanan, known as KK, and Escobedo. 2-1 showing on the scorecards for KK and Escobedo, and they won the first set, but very, very long points in games happening in that match on Court 2. Both matches on Court 1 and Court 3 have been finished, but the Court 2 match is absolutely our best of the first group of matches as we get ready to get our second set of round of 16 matches to go on the court. But the Court 2 match is highly competitive. Court 3 is also now getting started in its next round of 16 match. Court 3 is featuring Singh and Fasor against Jones and Allen. Singh and Fasor, as you might remember, are longtime players of the event. And Jones and Allen are newcomers to the event. Thrilled to have the new players join us here for the 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic, raising funds for the York Opioid Collaborative. Does appear we do know now our next match. It looks like the locals, Phil Myers and Elizabeth Ionescu, will be facing off against the team of Christian and Sadavikova. So we will get the scorecard updated here as we get ready for our next round of 16 feature match on the court that we're showcasing here on YouTube. And that's Tomas Christian. Tomas has been with us in years past. And his partner, Margarita Sadanovkova. As we do the telecast, I have to believe we'll go with Margarita.
Mike had said when it seems like an opportune time, right?
Absolutely.
Got 2 minutes.
So as I had referenced a little bit earlier, we're fortunate to have some of our sponsors stopping by throughout the weekend, and we're fortunate to be joined by John Hickey with UPMC, who's a major sponsor here of the event over the last several years. John, if you would be so kind, introduce yourself and remind us your role with UPMC and the significance of this event for UPMC as it relates to the York Opioid Collaborative. Please, John, welcome.
Thanks. Happy to be here. Again, I'm John Hickey with UPMC Health Plan. UPMC and UPMC Health Plan are an integrated delivery and finance system, which basically just means we own hospitals. As you know, down here in New York, we own Memorial Hospital, and we also own 6 other hospitals in the region and 40 hospitals total. And obviously, being the community-based hospital system in Harrisburg, New York here, we do see a lot of opioid use disorder and a lot of addiction treatment. So it's very important for us to support the collaborative and what it's doing and this wonderful event. You know, this is my 3rd or 4th year coming down. The tennis just seems to keep getting better. Gosh, we have more people this year from out of town. It's just really a joy to be here, and I enjoy this great weather with you folks.
John, thanks for that. And we do remember having you over the last couple of years. Talk a little bit about UPMC's efforts as we've worked our way through, well, I probably shouldn't say this, you'll correct me quickly, I'm sure, but as we work our way through the pandemic and the impact that's had on the community and those kinds of things, and how UPMC has responded in the aftermath or in the effects of the pandemic, if you'd be so kind.
Well, I really appreciate you pointing out just the level of effort that my colleagues on the hospital side have put forth in terms of, I mean, candidly, one of the biggest issues now is just fatigue. And so, you know, for those people who are listening to the stream today, if you could get vaccinated or otherwise mask when you're in public places where you might be exposed, it's just the numbers are way down. There are not as many people in the hospital, and some of that is because we've had so many people get the virus and we've had so many people vaccinated. But at the end of the day, we still have nursing shortages and other provider shortages, and those are all, a lot of that is people just said, you know, I'm going to retire early, I'm out. So it has been a struggle, but we've kept our head above water, and frankly, I think we've done a lot of really great work, including we've done mobile vaccinations. We've gone to visit communities, many communities of homeless folks within Harrisburg and New York to get them vaccinated. So really, the outreach that our team has done makes me proud to be part of it.
That's a great update, and update those folks who may not be from the area or are from the area but aren't familiar enough with some of the big changes that have occurred in York County with UPMC. Tell us about your main hospital location, and not so new anymore to those who live in the community, but those who aren't, a fairly new facility. Tell us a little bit about that and what you've got going on in that part of town.
Well, it's an amazing facility. for a long time, York Memorial Hospital served this community well, but the facility itself got to a point where improving it or repairing it was not economically feasible, so we built that new. It's really more, it's almost Manchester out that end of town. It used to be a golf course, but it's a gorgeous facility, and it's got, I don't know, hopefully you don't have to be there, right?
Right,
it's
right,
not like it can sell you.
Hey, would you come visit our hospital?
Right. It's not like I'm going to sell you on coming to the hospital, but should you need it, the care team there, obviously we talked about them a little, and the good-hearted people that are doing the work there, but in terms of the facility itself, it's got a walking path around it. I will tell you, there's an infusion center on the back of the hospital. It overlooks the old golf course in the woods, and it's just, the idea of people getting infusion, they're clearly very sick. And you can put them in that verdant, peaceful setting and there's a peace garden out there. There's just things like that, attention to detail. There's a koi pond out in the front where just the attention to detail to help people with their spiritual side of getting well in addition to the physical side of getting well. So I commend you to go, again, should you have the need, it's a great place to get care.
Yeah, it's a great comment, John. And again, for those who don't know, UPMC built a new facility. They were more in town, if you were, and were landlocked at a facility that had aged. And they took the opportunity to start anew in a greenfield. And to John's point, they took full advantage of that facility and tried to be thoughtful around all different things related to the walking trail and some of those other spiritual areas. So congratulations on all that work. Thrilled that you were able to take advantage of that space. And you sit, for those who don't know, you sit up on the top of what was an old golf course or previously had been a golf course. You sit right up there on the hill, and quite a showcase property.
And we have that, and we've put some other medical office space around it and outpatient centers. We've really developed that campus over the few years we've been doing this tournament, or that several years we've been supporting this tournament. We've acquired or otherwise had people join us in terms of expanded primary care and expanded some of the specialty services down here. So we really become, in addition to building the gorgeous new facility, have expanded the capabilities well beyond what was being provided at York Memorial towards the end of its lifetime.
And I think switching gears real quick, and please bring me back with anything else I'm missing at a high level. And
Sure.
The sponsorship, again, reminder, we're talking with John Hickey here with UPMC. I think we talked last year, John, and if we were going to put a racket in your hand, you were willing to go down there and play. You brought the right clothing today, so while you're relaxed, and we'd love to get you out there with a racket.
Yeah.
Could you hold your own out there right now, John?
I couldn't. I'm not even sure I could keep out of the way if you asked me to be a ball person down there. But I brought my 9-year-old nephew.
I see him.
And he has picked up a racket for the first time this summer. He just finished a week at tennis camp.
Excellent.
And he is just drinking this in, really liking it.
Excellent, excellent. Well, welcome.
Sorry, you skipped a generation, but I'll get you someone here.
We'll be seeing him soon enough, I'm sure.
6 or 7 years, right?
Excellent, excellent. Well, John, again, thanks so much for joining us. What else did I miss at a high level as UPMC has been so kind to be a major sponsor of this event and support of York Opioid Collaborative? Give us a couple more moments on what we maybe did not touch on as it relates to UPMC's efforts and how it relates to the assistance of this dreaded disease.
Well, I'll tell you what I would use this time for is to give a shout out to the people, the first responders, and we do own an ambulance company. So we have, our community life team did buy the ambulance company that's down here in York, it was again struggling, and we absorbed it into a community life team to give those folks a shout out, because they're the people who are really seeing, and it's just hard. I mean, it's hard to come and see sometimes the same person twice in a week that has overdosed, and you're bringing them back, and those sorts of things. And then again, the hospital team, and frankly, the collaborative itself. You see law enforcement, you see the people from the coroner's office, you see first responders are doing such heroic work trying to help people with this opioid use disorder, this, what I think is a scourge that we just really haven't gotten out in front of yet.
Yeah, it's a great point, and touch on one other thing you touched on earlier, and you're spot on with the fatigue factor for you and your first line, as well as all of your team members. Touch also on the impact, the overall issues of mental health, how UPMC is trying to attack all those different things, which again, there's only so many dollars and so much time, but talk a little bit about the linkage with mental health and those types of things, if you would.
Well, you know, mental health obviously has long gotten a little bit of short shrift relative to physical health in terms of sometimes how it's compensated by insurance carriers, but also, and we've, that equity has really come up. But the thing that I would point out is this region is actually underbedded. There's a shortage here, and there's a shortage nationally of inpatient psychiatric beds. And so that's a challenge. That's not just a challenge for us, it's a challenge for WellSpan and Penn State Health. It's a challenge for everybody. So that's an issue, and it's an issue nationally. But I do think that the awareness of how important it is has come up, and I think that just the idea, the real issue is mental health. You can't say, it's not like I had a total knee replacement.
I can't see it.
Total knee replacement.
Yeah,
I go, I get continuous passive motion machine, and I do this many days of inpatient rehab. Then I go and I get outpatient rehab, and I can tell you I'm going to have 80% function in 6 months. Mental health, it's not. You can't see inside a person's head.
I can't see it. I can't see it.
And so that's why it's always been harder to figure out how it's going to be paid for and where it's going to be conducted. And it's a struggle in this country. It's a struggle. I think in the world, it's a struggle. And yes, it is related. The use disorder we see is people self-medicating sometimes. So we have done a ton. Again, in the time I've been talking to you the last few years, we've done a ton to reduce the use of the number. You can't get a prescription for opioids beyond 3 to 8 days anymore. It used to be you'd get it for oral surgery. They'd give you opioids. They'd give you 30 days after a knee surgery. Now you're getting a few days, and then if you need it, you have to come back to your doctor and get it. So we've really reduced the intake part of it. Now we just need to get people well and reduce the harm that it's caused already.
Yeah, that's fantastic. John, thanks so much for stopping by, and more importantly, thanks for UPMC's continued dedication and sponsorship efforts and dollars for this event, but also, again, all the way back to what you and your team are doing in our communities here in South Central PA to keep us as healthy as we possibly can. And while I'd love to come visit your facility, to your point, I only want to do it for a regular tour while I'm in full health.
Come get a tour. Hopefully we won't see you for anything else, but I appreciate it, and thanks for hosting and doing such a great job. This is a wonderful event.
John Hickey, UPMC, thanks so much.
Thanks.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, man.
With that said,
Why do I love having a healthcare concierge?
It's the speaking to a real live person.
It's the figuring things out, so I don't have to.
Es la voz que me da.
It's the making sure I get my prescriptions on time.
It's the call, just to see how my son was doing after his accident.
When you have a healthcare concierge team, you have partners. Partners in care.
welcome back, everyone. As you can see here, we're getting set for our second feature match of the day. This is a match that actually will have some local flavor. First, I'll touch on the team in the far end of the court. The gentleman is Tomas Christian. He's from Abington, Pennsylvania, where he attended Abington Senior High School. At Abington, he was a PIAA state doubles semifinalist and had the second most wins in school history. He's also had great success as a junior player, holding a national ranking in 4 age groups before starting all 4 years on the varsity team at LaSalle University. For a science degree in finance and was named to the Dean's List. Currently the Assistant Director of Racket Sports at Aronimink Golf Club in Newtown Square, Pennsylvania. Quoting Tomas, having lost several friends to opioid addiction, I'm honored to be part of such an important cause. Thank you for the Country Club of York for hosting such a phenomenal event year after year. Tomas's partner is Margarita Sadovnikova, and she started to play tennis when she was 4 years old. She was born and raised in Russia, and she was a top 20 player on the Russian tennis tour, and under the age of 16 was a member of the national team. Margarita is a former Division I student athlete. She was her college team captain for 3 consecutive years, led her team to their first ever Horizon League Conference championship title and their debut at the NCAA tournament. Currently, Margarita is a senior lead at Unlimited Tennis Academy, where the mission is to help become a better athlete, a better player, and most importantly, a better person. Quoting Margarita, knowledge is power, and with accurate information about opioid abuse, a person will be more likely to make a rational decision. Being part of the Groft Charity Classic brings a significant opportunity for all participants and myself personally to raise the awareness about the opioid epidemic in York County and nationwide. Most people who become addicted to opioids do so after a prescription for a painkiller following a medical procedure. Once the phenomenon of craving sets in, it's often too late. Let's proactively bring awareness and try to fight the opioid abuse. Thanks to the Groft Charity Classic for making it possible. And they finished serves here, and I'm going to give you a little bit of the local flavor. Phil Myers was born and raised in York City, where he started playing tennis at the age of 7 through Tennis for Kids program. He went on to enjoy a standout career on court for York High, York College, and presently in open tournaments around Middle States. Phil's the owner and director of Wisehaven Tennis Center, where he's instructed for the past 11 years. In 2019, he was named USTA Central PA Professional of the Year, but grades his progress as a coach by how many of his juniors enjoy tennis into their adult years. In 2021, Phil captured the first national championship on grass with a doubles partner, Matt Taylor, who's also in this event, in the men's 30 and over division. Phil enjoys spending his free time with his wife, Heather, and their son, Mason. He can often be found on the golf course or at the bowling alley as well. Quoting Phil, I've known so many people who have been affected by this disease, and this tournament provides so much support for the community I grew up in. We've been waging war against this opioid epidemic for years now, sometimes especially once the COVID pandemic isolated our entire population from one another. It seemed bleak, but we have to keep fighting and striving to leave behind a better tomorrow for our children. And our fourth competitor here today, I'll get on to in a second. Tomasz serving here. I believe we've played 1 point here so far, Mark, and it's 15-love.
It's actually love 15, Bill. Thanks for that update. No problem. Phil had a great return of serve. No worries. So we're love 30 right out of the gate. Thanks for taking us through those updates. One more left as we find a spot for that.
Phil with a great lob there. Puts him in the driver's seat here, actually, to break Tomasz's serve here early.
Right out of the gate here, Bill. The locals making a statement. Real quick, while you got a quick moment, you want to bring us up to date on Elizabeth?
Yeah, Elizabeth's competed on a national level over the last 5 years. She's now, I believe, 14 years old. She had a great year during the past year, ranking number 1 in Middle States and number 10 in the nation. She won a bronze ball in doubles at the National 14s, and she's been playing in the National 16s with great results, winning an L3 in Las Vegas. She also won an L3 18s title in doubles, and she's Elizabeth's coached by her father, Florin Ionescu, a high-performance coach at the Wisehaven Tennis Center. She's proud to participate in the event, which raises money for such an important cause throughout the nation in York County. The opioid epidemic has spread across socioeconomic boundaries, has impacted many families and communities across the nation. She's grateful that the York Opioid Collaborative is taking on this issue in our community. And Mark, we're really excited to see her. She is just a great young talent. That on the female side, we really haven't seen anything like her recently here. And she hits the ball about as hard as you're going to see anyone hit it here. So
she absolutely does, Bill. She's been in the tournament the last couple of years. They haven't been on the feature court, but as she's been prepping her way into competitive national level tennis, to your point on that introduction, I mean, one of the top 14 and under players in the country. I believe we heard from Mark Coons, our longtime pro, that she's certainly in the top 10 of her age bracket nationally, and maybe as much as top 5. And real quick on this specific match, back to your point earlier, Phil and Elizabeth did get the early break, and are going to serve here 1-0 as the locals try to get going here. And then Tomas and Margarita will certainly look to break back. But 1-love as we get started here on our second match, round of 16, Country Club of York Groft Charity Classic.
Yeah, we've got Phil serving. You know, Phil is definitely known for his tennis here in the York area. You know, an outstanding player, reigning York City County champion, reigning York Country Club champion. You know, really an outstanding player, and him and Elizabeth were very competitive last year. I'm actually looking very much forward to see, you know, how they perform here today, and they're certainly off to a great start. 15-love on Phil's serve.
And as a reminder, Court 2 continues to play that first round match. It's an absolute marathon. Tomas gets Tomas and Margarita's team on the board.
Yeah, it was a great chip return there, and Phil had trouble definitely handling that. It was very well handled by Tomas.
15 all.
15 all. A quick observation for me, I haven't seen Elizabeth in a while, but she's clearly bigger and stronger, as you would expect at her age, than she was last year. And, you know, looking forward to seeing her play, showing that, you know, she's easily able to put away a ball, you know, set up by a very nice serve there by Phil. So we're 30-15.
Yeah. Good shot by Tomas.
Another, you know, great return so far. You know, being able to reasonably easily handle Phil's serve. You're getting some real low balls into Phil's backhand. We'll see what kind of adjustments that Phil makes as the match rolls on here. 30 all.
Great hands by Elizabeth up at the net to get to 40-30.
Great battle up there. Very well handled by Elizabeth, as you said. Phil really needs to get a good first serve in here to close out this service game. And he delivers. Real nice, in a little bit tight to the body. Tomas not able to handle that. Clearly more velocity than he showed in the first couple of serves to the ad court.
Nice start for the locals here, Bill. 2-love, and they look to break, if they can, break Margarita and really take control of this first set right out of the gate. Good serve by Margarita.
Very nice serve, very deep to the backhand. Came in a little bit at Phil's body. Phil was unable to handle that initial return. This will be our first really good look at Elizabeth here from the baseline.
Oh, great hands by Tomas. My goodness. Great action up at the net, Bill.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see Tomas be very active up there at net. You know, clearly he's showing the ability to be very active up there, and that's going to create some havoc when they're looking to return because they're not sure where he's going to go. You may be able to see he's, you know, doing some hand signals, you know, about what he intends to do, you know, when the serve goes in. So unfortunately a double fault there. So
the Barr-Riley match, real quick, Bill, on court 2, it looks like Barr and Riley have taken a 4-3 lead in that second set. And again, marathon, KK and his partner won their first set, but Barr and Riley have fought back to what looks like a break and an ad. They're trying to hold on and see if they can extend that to a third set tiebreaker.
Great serve there by Margarita into Elizabeth's forehand. She was unable to handle that, but she's had a strong service game. I believe we're at 40-15.
We are, Bill, and you're absolutely right. She has, again, it's back to this discussion of first and second serves. She's off to a good start with first serves. Caught a line. Phil caught a line on the backside there.
Great return by Phil. And so we're basically still at add-in.
40-30, yeah. I think we're still on first serve, Bill. I think that was just a let. Just wide on the first one.
And we're on the verge here of having another one of our sponsors visit the booth here. And when that happens, I'll do my best to keep you up to speed here with what's going on in the match. Service hold there by Margarita, so they're on the board with Phil and Elizabeth still leading 2-1 here in the first set.
And Bill, for those who aren't here, as you're our crack meteorologist, give us a quick update of what you're seeing here in the sky, because you've been so good at doing that over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I'm constantly daydreaming, looking dreamily at the skies. Again, we continue to have very overcast conditions. We have a slight breeze going. At this point, looking a little bit over to the west, I'm concerned. Skies are darkening a little bit. We apparently have some rain that's on the radar. Hopefully we'll get in as much action as possible.
It does look like a couple bands, to your point, Bill. Cliff, kind enough here, Cliff Kern, setting us up with the live stream, was able to pull it up on his phone, and it does show a couple of bands, but it does not look lengthy. So if there is a delay, hopefully it's just a brief delay and we can get right back to the action. But speaking of getting back to the action, if I'm not mistaken, we're 2-1. And to your point, Bill, we get our first opportunity to see Elizabeth serve as they look to consolidate that break that they got early on. But 2-1 for Phil and Elizabeth against Tomas and Margarita here in this round of 16. Second match on court, but still working in our round of 16. Elizabeth to serve 2-1.
One of the things that we've seen, Mark, and the times we've seen Elizabeth play is what a great disposition she has. Very poised individual. You don't see her get too flustered. She has a very even temperament, and, that's certainly a credit to her. And
yeah, and as a quick factoid, if those who are not local or may not know, her father, an Olympic athlete out of Romania. So there's some good genes in there, Bill. But you're absolutely right. Handled herself in a very mature way for her age. That's a good shot by Margarita.
Couple of great drives, but Margarita there with an outstanding volley. I think she was looking for Elizabeth to go down the line, really kind of late on that shot. And
she really was.
And got a really good look here. So they've got Elizabeth in a hole here early.
Yeah, love 30 here, Bill. As they look, Tomas and Margarita look to get that break back and not the set at 2-all.
And I think that's one of the, as a young player, the real strength in the serve comes when you get a little bit older, gain experience, gain size, gain strength. And, clearly her serve has improved from where we saw in previous years. They're with a little more velocity on that one. But they do have her in the ropes early in this first service game. So that'll be something to watch as this match rolls on, is will they be able to continue to take advantage of her serve. And there we have the break, and again, they're all feeling their way here early in this match, but we're at 2 games each.
Yeah, no blood. We're back on serve.
Yeah.
Tomas and Margarita get that one back. With Margarita holding, they got the break back that Tomas lost to start the match. So as you said, 2-all, and as you've said throughout the telecast, folks finding their way as they get started here. And real quick indicator for the area we are, first point there as 2-all. As we look around, we do have the food trucks here. We've got Perrydale Ice Cream and Miadobo food truck. We probably have guests and visitors and club members, Bill. We're probably looking at a couple hundred folks who are here watching the action early on. Thrilled to be here at the Country Club of York for the 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic.
And if we watch Tomos and Margarita here, I've been interested to watch Margarita. She's being very active at net. And actually, it's the first time we've here so far that we've seen a kind of approach where she plays in the middle up at net and signals which way she's going to go after the serve. So, if you're in Phil's position and you're waiting to, basically return serve, you have to, kind of figure out, which way you're going to think that she's going to go. In that case, Phil, basically guessed correctly, or I'm sorry, did not guess correctly, but hit an outstanding lob there for the winner. And just a great shot there by Phil.
Sure was. But you're right, when she's in the middle like that, making some decision-making thoughts. Great shot by Tomas at the net. If I'm not mistaken, I did lose a point there, Bill. I believe we're 30 all.
I believe we're 30 all. And we'll see what Tomas does here. Again, they're back in the traditional positioning.
Yeah. Phil got a look at a forehand, and net's a little higher over there, Bill. Talk a little bit about that. Again, for the non-tennis players, why do I say the net's a little higher over towards the doubles alley?
Yeah, basically the net's a little higher there. It takes down the percentage of that play. So, when you're going that way, it's a great way to hit a winner, as you just saw Elizabeth do right there.
Speaking of winners, there we are, right?
There we are, and that's it's another break on Tomas's serve, the second one this set, and Phil and Elizabeth lead 3-2 here.
Different than our first match, Bill, where we see the man. We talked about it again, mixed doubles. We see the man, Tomas in this case, who's played in the tournament before, certainly knows how this works. To see him get broken twice out of the gate is a bit deflating for their team, I'm sure. As they look to again settle in, and a very accomplished player. It'll be interesting to see how that works as we move through this match. If he's not able to hold, it's going to make it very difficult for them to find success throughout the match, I would think.
It will be, and as we said, with the first match we covered, the strategies kind of reveal themselves as you kind of move through the match. Both teams kind of figure out what's going to be successful for them and try to incorporate more into their game plan. Clearly they've got to hold Tomas's serve and have not been able to do that so far. We've got Phil serving now. He definitely held in his first game. We'll see what happens here as we roll on. We have another guest here to the booth. We have Chris Hartman from Rudders, and I'm Bill Long, by the way.
Hey, Bill. Very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Chris, Mark Wheeler.
Mark, very nice to meet you as well.
Yeah. Thanks for joining us. Bill, keep us posted on the action as we move along here. Obviously, we just introduced you, Chris Hartman from Rudders. Tell us about your role and the sponsorship. Tell us a little bit about Rudders and how the sponsorship makes sense for you and your organization for the York Opioid Collaborative.
Yeah, absolutely. I appreciate you having me here, and it's great to be outside and see some excellent tennis going on. And for us at Rudders, this is my family company. I'm an 11th generation since the founding of our farm here in 1747 in York, which we still have in our family. And then we started our dairy in 1921 and our stores in 1968. And obviously York means a lot to us. We've been here for 275 years. And we really want to make sure that we support the community. And so when we started Rudders Children's Charities back a few years ago, and we'd been, giving to charity prior to that, but we started the charity itself, and we really wanted to focus on supporting all the communities that we're in, York obviously being where the majority of our stores are. And, so, over the last few years, we've donated about $7-8 million to charities across Pennsylvania, Maryland, West Virginia in our footprint. And really with the opioid collaborative, it really fits into what we're all about and what we're trying to do in our mission, which is helping people that need help, that really are whether it's they have an addiction or they can't afford clothes or whatever it is, we're here to help support them. And so each year, we hold a charity golf outing and raise money to give away. And so this past year we raised over $730,000 for charity, and so we'll give that away over the next year. And going to continue to do that and support great charities like this one.
That's great. What a great update there, Chris. So, again, Chris Hartman here from Rudders, one of our major sponsors for the event. Great shot there by Phil Myers, Bill. But
yeah, quick update is that was a quick hole by Phil. Some outstanding serving, really high percentage of first serves in. They're off to a solid 4-2 lead here in the first set.
Chris, while Bill was around in 1747 when you started, I was not. But 11 generations, I kid, of course. 11 generations, a phenomenal story for Rudders, all the way back to the dairy and whatnot, and certainly those in this local community very familiar with the name and all the things in the convenience stores and whatnot. Talk a little bit more, if you would. Again, thanks so much for the kindness of Rudders in supporting lots of different causes with the charities. Talk a little bit about how that strategy continues to evolve and how the opioid collaborative makes sense within that strategy for Rudders and their charitable contributions.
Sure. Well, our strategy is, we're focused on children and benefiting children, and anything that can really provide a benefit to them, in any way, whether it's supporting their families through a crisis, or an addiction or something like that, is what we focus on, and we focus on education as well. And so, obviously the opioid collaborative is benefiting a lot of people in our community by helping them get through their addictions and get past it, which really helps, us, build a stronger community, build a stronger group of people here in York, and obviously outside of York as well. And we really find it important to really see those the people that are struggling, and try and raise them up in the best way we can. And so we're going to keep doing that. We're going to keep giving back to all the communities we're in. We do a lot of different charitable giving situations throughout the year. One of my favorites is our Secret Santa program, where we choose a select number of employees to donate $1,000 to their charity of choice each year. And last year we did 75, so we donated $75,000 to I think it ended up being over 50 different charities throughout our footprint. And again, a lot of it being here in Central PA. And so, we do it because it matters to us, it matters to our employees, and it matters to, the people that shop our stores. And so we're really happy to be able to, help out. And, the Grofts do a great job putting this on. And, we're happy to support them and support the cause that, you're raising money for here.
Oh, that's fantastic. Bill, quick update on the tennis.
Margarita's serving here, actually having a pretty strong service game. There's the quick hold, and now we're at Phil and Elizabeth up 3-2, and we're kind of going in the same kind of a cadence where Tomos gets broken, Phil holds, Margarita holds, and now we need Elizabeth to, basically to hold up her end of the what's going on here and basically put them in command here in the first set.
Bill, update us again as our crack meteorologist. I'm hearing what might sound like raindrops. Am I right about that?
You're under the tent. I'm standing out here, or sitting out here exposed.
I was going to say, for those of us out in nature right now and not under the protective tent, it is a little bit wet. but it's nothing these great players can't get through.
Absolutely. And speaking of that, Chris, while we're waiting at the changeover, are you a rackets player? Any connection to tennis and the game itself?
Well, I played tennis a lot as a kid. Haven't picked up a racket in a few years, but I'll be honest, I'm a golf fan, but I do like watching good championship tennis. I do like playing it every now and then. I just have to find someone that wants to play with me. But I'm a lefty, so I can throw some people off at least on the first couple shots there with some different spin.
Very good. As a reminder, 8th Annual Groft Charity Classic, we're joined right now by Chris Hartman with the Rudders organization, and very thankful for their sponsorship, both of this event as well as all of their efforts in our community. Talk a little bit, Chris, real quick, while we have you. Again, if folks are not from this area, talk a little bit about the dairy, the livestock, those kinds of things, as you continue to be a local dairy who also expands into convenience activities and those kinds of things. But give folks a quick shout out on the Rudders, the organization, how many folks you have, and those kinds of things.
Yeah, absolutely. So, within our company, we have over 2,600 employees between the dairy and convenience stores. And with our dairy starting in 1921, it was Rudder Brothers Dairy, started by my great-grandfather and his brother, and then their brother-in-law came in a short while later. And then, my grandfather's generation came in and started the convenience store side. And then my dad's generation, who's still working in the business, took it to where we are now, and I'm hoping to keep it going and hopefully add a 12th generation to the list at some point. But it's really great being in a family business. It's always interesting. There's a lot going on. Our dairy. If you haven't tried our chocolate milk, I think we have the best chocolate milk around. So I would check it out. We've won some awards for it. So very popular. And with our stores, we've won a lot of awards for that too, in food service innovation, in customer service. We've won best customer service in the country for a number of years. We've won best gas station brand in the country. We've come in fourth in that in the last few years. So we're really expanding and growing our businesses, and it's really exciting to be a part of it, and have some really great people that work for us, and that help build our brand and keep it growing. And that's why we say Rudders. Why go anywhere else?
Excellent. Again, thanks so much for all of the efforts for Rudders, for our community, and the focus on kids in our community through charities and the sponsorship of this event. Continued good luck. I have no doubt a 12th and a 13th and so on generations will occur. Chris Hartman from Rudders, thanks so much.
Thank you, and keep up the good work.
Thank you, Chris.
Yep, take care. Now get under here a little bit, I think. Stay dry.
Yeah, here.
Yeah, what you can't say, we definitely have some rainy conditions that have hit us here. One of the benefits of playing on a hard true court is that you'll be able to play through some rain. Whether if it gets a little bit heavier here, obviously we're going to have a delay in play. This service game, Phil and Elizabeth are up 4-3 in the set. We're battling, Elizabeth battling on her serve. We're at deuce again. The other thing that we'll have here, Elizabeth kind of fanned on that ball, but the court conditions, are likely to change as the court gets more moisture on it. It'll become slower, and so we're going to have to keep an eye on that. We may need to have a delay in coverage here. The rain is really starting to come down pretty good at this point, so wouldn't surprise me if we're going to need to take a brief delay. But for now, it's all systems go.
Interesting that they both stayed back on Elizabeth's serve this point. Phil's awfully good at the net. That didn't work out like maybe they wanted, and back to deuce. That was a break point, Bill, at a key spot in this set.
That was a very key point in this set, And Phil was showing some very soft hands, a beautiful cross-court drop volley for the winner. And we're back to deuce. So we'll see what Elizabeth does with this serve, I think. A great lob there.
Sure was.
Almost a great get by Elizabeth. Yeah. And we're back to break point here. So this is a really tight match. One that, as I talked to Mark Coons a little bit before this match, he thought it would be a match that really could go either way, and certainly that's proven to be the case so far, Mark.
Yeah, and back to your point on the conditions, very different. Normally, tennis not played in weather conditions like this, but on hard true, it will absorb some of the rain, to your point, but only to a degree. But these are key points in a close first set, so very important that all players stay focused. What a great forehand by Elizabeth down the line.
Yeah, she really is, as we've seen evidence here so far, her game is really driving the ball. And she's not going to hesitate to hit that ball. As I said in the lead up to the match, she's going to hit the ball as hard as, many of the players here, including the men. She's quite a player.
Real quick update on court 2. They are still playing that marathon match. They are in a tiebreaker for the third set, so quite a competitive match there on court 2.
Yeah.
Phil get a couple of shots up the net based on Elizabeth's really good serve. And they're now at ad, Bill.
Yeah. And based on the prediction for, shaky weather conditions, the tiebreaker, they're playing a 10-point tiebreaker to decide the match in all cases where sets are split. That's the way that we're going right now in order to, kind of speed play a little bit, in case, we do get rained out here. And I'm hoping that that's not the case, and this is just a band of showers here that passes by. Wow, great point overall. A lot of very great drives there from the baseline.
Yeah, Elizabeth.
Both teams going right at each other, Mark.
Yeah, exactly, and Elizabeth trained in this doubles match and with strategy to come into the net, but clearly showing a lot of skill from the baseline. Might have been better off staying at the baseline there, but again, easy from up here. We're at deuce. Great first serve.
And Mark, I'll be interested to see if we see anything from Elizabeth where, she starts to go to the lob at all. So far, the balls that she's getting, she's, going to her strength, really. I mean, she's just driving the ball.
No question.
But eventually, their opponents will close the net off on that or be expecting it. And, it'll become more difficult for her to really gain an advantage with that kind of strategy. We'll see what happens. But as you can see, she has the ability to certainly, a great baseline game.
Yep.
And, an outstanding point from her. And what's a really critical point in this match, it was another break point, but she was very solid from the baseline. A little bit different than we saw in the first match, which was totally serve and volley. Elizabeth tends to, is staying back at the baseline.
Much more comfort back there.
Yeah.
Phil went for the poach, and it didn't work out there. Great shot by Margarita.
Yeah. And we have another break point, and so we'll kind of see where this goes.
4-3, and as Bill said, break point, add to Tomas and Margarita.
So I'll be interested to see how long that, the players hang on here. Looks like we might be taking a delay on court 3. I'm not sure.
Yes, it does look
and on
like
court
that.
2, really, for that matter, briefly.
Elizabeth went for a lot there, and we're back to deuce.
Actually, that was game, Mark, and we're at 4-all here.
Thank you. No, thanks for the correction. My
Yeah.
score was right, but I was wrong there.
Every minute, I think that this rain's going to slow down, and it seems to find another gear. So we may end up in a total delay here.
Yeah. They are staying on our feature court. We're now 4-all, Bill. We're all the way back around, even though Tomas has been broken twice.
Right.
They have found a way to stay in this with some breaks. So Tomas serves 4-all.
And they're using what's called an Australian formation, where the net person, stays up in the middle.
Great
and,
lob by Phil. Great hands at the baseline.
And Phil's doing a great job. That's, multiple occasions here where he's gone to the lob in a situation where they're expecting the drive. He's catching him off guard, and I believe that's, probably the second or third winner that he's hit off of that shot.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a factor as time goes on. It will set them up to be able to drop the ball lower at their feet if they, in fact, are looking for that lob and backing up a few steps. Very effective double strategy. Elizabeth going for a little too much there.
15 all.
Yeah, ball got way up high on her. Jammed her a little bit, and it, very difficult to drive a ball that's up around your shoulders, and the consequence there was she hit that ball long. So we're at 15 all. Tomas broken the first 2 times he served here, so if he can hold on here, that's going to create an interesting situation.
And he does get the advantage. Phil drives that backhand long. It's 30-15 for Tomas. And that noise you might hear in the background is the alarm here at the Country Club of York for weather. So there will be a weather delay as we pause, as Bill had referenced, might be coming. It is here. Hopefully it is a fairly brief delay. I do see some brightening as I look out over the farmland in front of us, Bill, but there will be a delay, and we'll be pausing for a moment. On court 2, just a quick update. We just heard that KK and his partner did pull out the third set tiebreaker. Quite a marathon match that took place. So they'll move on into the quarterfinals hopefully later today, again, if weather permitting. So we're going to be taking a bit of a delay here as we pause for a weather delay. If some sponsors or guests come over, we'll certainly be back with you, but a quick pause as the weather presents a delay for us.
Well, we have our tournament sponsor, Mike Groft, out here in search of a meteorologist for us to talk to at this point, but it looked like bands of showers, so, whether we'll continue to have issues here or have a delay because the court takes on so much water. But, that's the other benefit of playing on a surface like this, Mark, is that, you can get back to playing pretty quickly. So.
Yeah, we're fortunate, Bill, as well. To your point, since we do have this delay, and you were just talking about the kind gentleman, Mr. Groff. He was coming by to give us an update, but we're going to also grab him since we've got the time as the name on the event, the Groff Charity Classic. Mike, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate having you. Bill said you were going out looking for a meteorologist.
Yes.
What are you seeing in the on the forecast? Let's start there.
We think we're going to slide between the cracks here, but when you have lightning within 8 miles, that delays the event. And fortunately, Hard-True courts dry really well. They take the rain pretty well. So we have about a 25-minute delay that's mandatory until the lightning alert lifts, and then we'll see what the condition of the courts are at that point and decide whether we are able to continue on. And what the weather looks like, or if we're forced to go over to Wisehaven indoors, which we'd like to stay here, obviously, because we have everything set up. The fans are all here, and while they're welcome to come over to Wisehaven, along with all the listeners here, sometimes that can be a challenge.
Yeah.
But the weather doesn't look that bad when you look at the radar. It's just spotty here and there. You know how at this time of the year they can pop up and cause havoc.
Yeah, we talked earlier, Mike, again, Mike Groft, the Groft Charity Classic named for Mike and all the efforts that he's put into this event through the year's 8th annual event. We were talking earlier about it's mid-July in South Central PA, Mike, so we know weather's around. Mike, talk a little bit about all of your focus over the years and how this event has grown. What were your expectations, call it 8 years ago, as you look at it from back then in your mind versus what you're seeing here today and all the activities around the what has now become the Groft Charity Classic? Has it grown beyond what you could have believed, or was this right around your expectation 8 years ago?
Without a doubt, there was no expectation. This was started almost on a lark to have a mixed doubles tournament to raise some money like the golfers do. and support the strategic plan of the Country Club of York, which is to continue to enhance relationships with the club and the community, because we're all in this together, as they say. And so we started out with the first 2 years working with the cancer awareness program, and we raised, I think, $3,000 the first year and maybe $8,000 the second. And right around that time in the third year, again, without any real expectations of significance, we started to ramp it up because the opioid issues in our community became very critical, and up to and including the epidemic that was not only national but local as well. And once we saw the severity of that, we started to dig in with a little bit more intensity with respect to fundraising. We already had the players buying in, the club loved it, the members loved it, and the charity certainly needed the help, because the York Opioid Collaborative, they're people that just do a wonderful job on fundamentals of handling abuse and opioid use situations, right up to working with employers on the issues surrounding drug abuse. And so expectations never where we're at now. I mean, when I mentioned that $3,000 and $8,000 respectively for years 1 and 2, right now we're sitting at $115,000 as of today that has been donated for this event, which is just unbelievable. But, you know, the people that are a part of this committee, and many of them have been here since day one, they're just tremendous. It's a pretty well-oiled machine, if you know what I mean. Everybody has a role, and then today and tomorrow we all pull together and we set up all the chairs, the tents, the banners, you name it, whatever needs done, and we pull it together. And you know, giving back to the community is what we do, and we're fortunate enough to be loving tennis as well. So it's fun most of the time, as you guys know. You know, we just love chasing the ball, and now we're watching people that do it a lot better than we do, and as their livelihood and their career. And it's just grown considerably as a result. But I think all the people caring is what matters, and that's what got us there today. Great effort.
Yeah, we've had the the great privilege of talking with some of our sponsors here today, and I know that you've been more than actively involved in basically growing our base of sponsors for this event. And I think both Mark and I are struck by the commitment that our existing sponsors have to continuing to support this event in the future. And certainly we've seen that a number of people that have supported this event continue to come back and support it in the future, which I think is it's a great sign for the future of the event as well.
And it's easy. I always tell folks that are that help me with fundraising, as you know, Bill, if you talk to, you get the opportunity to talk to people about donating money, when you tell them about relating to their employee base, again, we're all in this together, and unfortunately, all employees face this with, drug abuse, and they need to have policies and procedures, and they do, and how to handle that. But when they see what we're doing through the collaborative, and then the collaborative with their donations comes back and helps them through the Economic Council in York, and through other employee advocate programs to help them that way, it's really an easy sell. And again, you have to have healthy employees and healthy citizens in your community to have a successful business, a successful club, or anything that you're doing. It just all works when you're all doing it together. So going back to the sponsors, every one of those banners down there, and I think there's 33 of them this year, they're just not that difficult once you ask them to explain what do we do and why do we do it, and they say, oh sure, yeah, we'll be back in it. And most of them are very philanthropic in your community, because they do realize that you have to have a strong employee base, and that's what we're all about. We're keeping that happening here. So,
Mike, to that point, and again, thanks for all your efforts. We're here with Mike Groft. Event is named after Mike, Groft Charity Classic. For those who might be out there listening in the community or outside the community, if they want to donate, they're appreciating what they're seeing, and they want to donate to this great cause, how would they go about doing that?
I can go to our website. If you go to the Groft Charity Classic website, you will see a Donate Now button, and that gives you the ability to put in there exactly what you'd like to donate. It's very secure, and that goes right into the collaborative, and we would appreciate anything that people could provide in that way. That would be wonderful.
That's great.
We really expanded our technical this year, our technical prowess. We had shout out to the York College marketing team. Our new chairperson, Tanya Wheeler, happened to have a student, or I should say a partner in our tennis program that happened to be the head of the marketing program at York College, and she involved her class to help us rebrand our event this year, and along with it came a lot more technical expertise like the Donate Now button, the QR codes, all the things that technically you need to have these days to be relevant with the donor base. And so big shout out to the York College marketing kids, and certainly to our new chairperson. Tanya has done a wonderful job in corralling the troops and just making this a seamless effort again this year. Now, if we can just get those clouds away, I'll have to talk to Tanya about that.
Thanks for again, you were stopping over to give us an update, I think, on the weather, and we corralled you quick for an update. Really appreciate you taking the time, Mike. Again, Mike Groft, the Groft Charity Classic.
You're welcome.
Thanks
Thank
for
you.
the time.
Indeed.
Yeah, we continue to have a steady rain here. We have another one of our fine sponsors coming in to talk with us briefly. We'll try as much as we can to get you out of the rain here. Okay. I'll move.
Still hearing a rain delay at the Groft Charity Classic. Mark Wheeler, Bill Long. We're kind enough to be joined by, again, throughout the day, a number of our sponsors. One of those sponsors who's just joined us, Aaron Gingrich from RBC. Aaron, please introduce yourself. Tell us your role at RBC, and tell us a little bit about your organization, please.
I am one of the partners and financial advisors with the Sides Group at RBC. And my partners and I work with Mike and a number of other sponsors for the event here.
Aaron and his team at RBC have been kind enough to be longtime sponsors of the event. Talk a little bit, Aaron, if you would, about the charitable efforts at RBC and how this event fits in with your organization culture as it relates to contributions.
Yeah, one of our core values is community involvement and sponsorship, and I think everybody between ourselves and everybody involved here has been affected by the opioid pandemic and substance abuse disorders, and we've always felt that the work of the Opioid Collaborative is really important, and we've been happy to support it for a number of years now.
Fantastic. And at RBC, tell us a little bit about the local organization. Where are you located, and how would we be able to get in touch with you?
RBC is actually a Royal Bank of Canada is our parent company. Our division is based out of Minneapolis, and then our office here in York is on Duke Street, right behind the courthouse. If anybody would like to get in touch, we can be reached by phone or online, just at thesidesgroup.com. And if you type that into Google, you'll be able to find our contact information, email, phone, whatever is easiest.
Aaron, we're going to take off course here real quick. We're hoping you might be a meteorologist and get this rain to stop. And if it would we be able to put a tennis racket in your hand and get you down there to play today?
Only for the comedy.
Understood.
I think there's many spectators that would be in over their head here.
Exactly.
Well, Aaron, thanks for coming out today. Tell us a little bit about the level of tennis you're seeing as compared to maybe what you're used to at the local courts or whatever the case may be, and how that fits in with again this event strategically with the York Opioid Collaborative.
So I have to be honest. I am not a huge tennis fan, but I always enjoy watching it in person. And from what I've always heard, it's been a great event. This is my first time attending, and I have to say it's lived up to what everybody's told me about. Really great tennis to watch. Gotta love the fast pace and the talent that's clearly on display.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Appreciate you having it. And as a first-time participant, thanks for being here. And again, thanks for all of the support through RBC and the Sides group. Talk a little bit about, if you would, folks who, again, I think you already touched on it, but let's make sure we're plugging sponsors the appropriate way. Those folks, if they want to get in touch with your group, the best way to do that online or otherwise, and the wealth management activities that you have.
Yeah, so we do everything from basic financial planning through investment management and long-term legacy planning as well. The best way to get in touch is usually to reach out by phone or email. And again, you can find that information on our website, thesidesgroup.com. Usually we start with a basic sit-down introduction to make sure there's a fit and talk high level about what a person's looking to accomplish. And then future conversations can develop out of that after we have a basic understanding of what somebody's looking to do.
That's fantastic. Aaron, thanks so much for joining us, and thanks more importantly for you and your team's support of this event as we continue to try to raise funds for the York Opioid Collaborative. Aaron Gingrich, RBC Sides Group, thanks so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Good having you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Scoot some chairs around for you.
I actually need to step back. Good job, Aaron.
You got us offline now?
Yep, as long as your mics are up and muted, yeah, we're good.
Okay.
These are micros.
Hi, for those of you following our live stream broadcast here, we're on an indefinite rain delay here at the Country Club of York. They're going to be moving some of the remainder of the first round and second round matches to Wisehaven Tennis Center here in York, and hopefully then return to the Country Club of York for some of the 4 o'clock matches. So stay tuned, check in with our live stream feed, and hopefully we'll be back real soon. Thanks.